Ding, ding. Right, so let's sing Tunado Pantem. Is morning prayer, Americas Bea.
Yun na. Please join me in my prayer. Loving Heavenly Parent and Chief Parents, as we begin our class for tonight, Heavenly Parent, we would like to first express our loving heart, Heavenly Parent, and our gratitude as well to you. And for this wonderful day, Heavenly Parent, that you have granted and you have allowed us to live in heaven. We are very grateful and you're very honored to be celebrated, Heavenly Parent. this day. And we pray, Heavenly Parent, and now that we're going to have our class, that despite our short number, Heavenly Parent, physical number that we are having right now, may we could still be able to um, learn, Heavenly Parent, and not limit ourselves to expand our learn, Heavenly Parent, and as well as our invite more of our brothers and sisters. Join us, Heavenly Parent, and have the all the friends and students, Heavenly Parent. And we could always keep our, always attend, put our best self within Heavenly. Thank you very much once again for this opportunity that you have given to all of us, Heavenly Parents, and we're very grateful for all the blessings that we have received, those material and immaterial, Heavenly Parents. Like for your wisdom, Heavenly Parent, and for your most of all, your intervention, Heavenly Parent, that may you allow us to discern more deeply all the learnings that we will be having, and may we always be able to keep the learning and put it into action and apply it in our daily lives, Heavenly Parent, not just keep it as mere um, learning and realization, Heavenly Parent. Thank you very much once again, Heavenly Parent, and first I would like to sincerely ask and pray for you on behalf of our brothers and sisters, our elders, in my name, Cassandra Gabriel, Dr. Julian, yes, our pastoral family, and Jew.
Jew. Salamat.
Okay. Eleven slides lang pala yung ano natin ngayon. Lecture na.
Alin, sir?
Yung ano, yung presentation ko ngayon.
Meron ka ba, sir?
11 slide. Kain's responsibility. Kain's, ano ba mas maganda dito? Lecture and seminar participants or 18 slides.
Tapos sila.
Sino kaya unang papasok?
Wala si Ma'am Marlene. Lecture pa si Ma'am.
Ay, Herwin.
Yes, sir.
Kasabi nga pala kay Kwan, kay Maricel na ano, yung treatment room bukas. Andiyan na pala si Manina. Hi, Ma'am Marlene.
Welcome po, ma'am.
Mons. Mons. Gamit mo na yung bagong laptop mo, Mons?
Hindi pa po. Hindi, wala pa po ang ano kuya, OS.
Parating si Kuya Raul Mons bukas, yung treatment room natin. So, sabay ka na, sunod ka na kay Kuya Raul?
Pwede din po.
Bukas, sige.
Opo,
Kumusta
kuya.
na si Kwan, si Hazel?
Yun, ginaubo pa siya.
Lumalabas na yung upo niya?
Opo, yung ano niya po, yung parang flavor niya.
At least napalabas na kaysa yung manatili sa loob.
Yun po eh. Regards to everyone. Late na pumasok. Hindi ko alam
Hello.
kung nag-greetings na po ba.
Umiyak si Manina, tiga mo yung mata niya.
Ay, hindi. Labandera today eh.
Ay, dapat pala dinala ko na lang dyan yung labada ko, no?
Ay, joke. Joke po.
Naglaba din ako mula pag out ko ng 10 o'clock hanggang kaninang alas 12. Kaya hindi na ako. Na-kick out pala ako kanina, Herwin. Na siguro sa internet dito nag-fluctuate yung internet sa bahay. Pagbalik ko, nakikinig kasi ako tapos nung biglang nawala. Kanina umaga.
Ay. Ano ba yun? Wala ka pala kanina umaga?
Oo. Siguro sa internet dito yun kanina. Nagano. Tapos kaninang hapon naman, tinuloy-tuloy ko yung labahan ko. Ay, ready na si Ma'am Marlene mag-lecture ngayon.
Marlene mag-lecture. Lecture mo.
Uy, tumangkad si Marina. Yes.
Joke. Joke okay.
Manina yung red carpet natin para kay Bea sa Sunday.
Sure po kuya, naka-prepare na po.
Tapos yung welcome gift natin sa kanya, 'di ba, naka-ready na.
Yes po. Bigay ka na lang hinihintay.
Tayo, mag-sangyupsal tayo.
Sagipsal, sige sige. Sino Herwin magluto? Kay Herwin, ikaw magluto.
Andun pa ba yung ihawan sa taas, Erwin?
Ihawan siya. Nasa baba. Nasa
Binabaan na dun sa sa
nagamit
may
kasi.
garahe. Hindi pa rin kasi hindi pa rin natin ma-set up dun sa taas kasi on and off yung lilipat ang HQ or what.
Darating po si President Cory, baka next week po.
Maging busy niyan si Ria.
Opo. Kuya, ba't hindi na pupunta dito sa Tireya?
Wala naman siyang office dyan eh.
Paano yung office?
Dito sa PLT, doon kay Julius. Walang tao doon kay
Wala na siyang dyan eh. Wala na siyang maupuan dyan. Saka mas malakas naman daw yung internet dito kaysa dyan sa HQ.
Trolala. Ang dami kasi dito eh. Pinky. Ikaw, ano ka na? In ka na. Wait, nakalive na to sa YouTube po. Okay,
Oo.
Parang gusto ko dito banda, parang pumayat ang char lang.
May anggulo pala.
Joke eh. Ang gulo. Parang ganito na lang lagi, joke. Ito eh.
Magsuot nga rin pala ako ng t-shirt next bukas ba. Hiram ako ng t-shirt ni Wajin. Magsuot ka rin manina para nakaano tayo. Yung t-shirt na ano, yung t-shirt na yung ano natin, pang
Sige po.
business natin.
Sige po.
Para si Erwin, taga mo, nakasuot siya.
Kaya nahiya ako sa kanya, color coding everyday.
Ito yata yung binili ni Erwin para ano, everyday.
Nakaset up na yun. Nakaset up.
Ano nga araw
Monday
pa
hanggang
araw?
Sunday. 5 yung kinuha ko. So, everyday schedule.
Kukuha nga rin para ako ng 7 colors.
Sabi ng dalawa. Wala pa sila. Wala kayo sila. Akala ko ako lang yung late.
Wala, nagtago si Bea.
Bea, pakita ka. Madami ka ng office na pasukan dito sa HQ. All around.
Saan ba didiretso si Bea? Sa education, BFD Education Office?
Depende sa kanya kung saan siya, ano. Ha? Laki yung red carpet doon.
Mag-assist daw muna siya kay ano eh. Kay ate niya.
Sabi ko kay Bea, may kuya ka na dito.
Oy, ano pa naman siya ngayon? Pang 3 days niya na ba? 3 days.
Na?
Fasting pa.
Oh?
3 days pa lang yun? Kala ko parang malapit na ng 7 days.
3 days. 3 days, 3 days, 4 days. Basta yun siya. After ng ano nila is nag-1 day siya.
Pag 3 days kasi sinasabi sa akin, iba yung 3 days ceremony yung naisip ko eh.
Joke naman ito. Wala na.
Kung Saturday, Sunday yung blessing seminar, Herwin, pwede si Eden, no?
Oh, sir, kasi yun lang yung available.
Kasi dapat yung bukas na seminar. Parang
Ano pala yung bukas?
blessing seminar sana bukas. Para sa mga na-bless na hindi pa nag-start ang family. Kaso lang, hindi namin na-late namin napag-usapan ni Ate Dulce nung meeting. Akala ko kasi na-open ni Celine nung nagbibiyahe tayo. Hindi rin niya na-open. Sinabihan din ako ni Celine na itanong nung ano na. Tapos na yung meeting. Busy na si ate.
Pero may mga ano na siya. Mag-attend niyan.
Meron ng 3 yata na couple na nag-ano. Tapos kayo, pang-4. Kaya sabi ko kay Jenny, kung hindi pwede ng weekdays, i-kausapin niyo ulit sa atin baka by March. Tama-tama, every after 3 months usually kasi yun eh. After 3 months. So, December yung last time. January, February, March. Tama-tama. So sinayos namin yung way of blessed family life. Parang tradition siya ng blessed family tradition. Ayos namin ni ate kung paano namin hatiin yung lecture. Maka part 1 ako, part 2 si ate. Sabi nga natin yung lecture ni Reverend Jorge sa lecture ni Reverend Dankris, parang yung binibigyan natin na external presentation sa blessing seminar. Yung difference between marriage, yung blessing sa yung marriage ceremony natin.
Outside sa kanya.
Oo.
Pareho lang naman parang sinasabi. Ang ano lang, mas catchy pag leader ka.
Yun lang ano.
Ang lahat ng sabihin mo totoo pag leader ka.
May authority kasi, no? Yung
Pero pag
authority na.
member ka lang, hindi lang naman sila ang nagsalita ng ganun. Marami din. They are the leaders, so people will really believe them. And it's very light. Napapansin ko kasi yan eh. Hindi na naman sila.
Yun naman talaga yun.
Yun talaga pag yan. May leadership. Position. People will depend on you. Kaya it's very crucial din pag leader ka tapos basta-basta yung nasabi mo. So we can, yung sinasabi nila, sinasabi mo rin naman sir. Sinasabi din dito Dulce.
Kaya nga, yun nga yung ano.
Pero may mga points na ano talaga.
May additional points na
Yun ang kaibahan mo.
Sino pang ano? Nag-exit si ma'am, no?
Nice.
Ano, start na tayo? Para ano?
Okay.
Sige, let me share my screen. Okay, so good evening everybody, and this is the pangilan na to? Fourth na ba to? Fourth lecture. Fourth lecture. So gaya ng sinabi ko last time, nung last presentation, as a lecturer or as a coordinator, hindi naman kaagad able ang position mo eh. Ang entry point mo is for you to become a kain. Tama ba? Does it make sense? Kasi people don't trust you in the very beginning. But along the way, if they can feel your heart, that's the time that there will be changes of the positioning. So, as a coordinator or as a lecturer, the first thing that we have to think is we are in a kain's position. We are in a kain's responsibility. So the first challenge is how to overcome the feeling of a decrease of love. Okay. Or pwede na natin sabihin na, how can we overcome the feeling of not being trusted by the people in front of you? Okay. So in the book of Genesis chapter 4 verse 6, 7, sabi niya doon, the Lord said to Cain, why are you angry? Okay. And why has your countenance fallen? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin is couching at the door. Its desire is for you, but you must master it. Kaya ibig sabihin nito, uh, hindi naman talaga yung position or either Cain or Abel's responsibility. But the most important thing is how much we fulfill our portion of responsibilities. Does it make sense? Aju? Kaya sabi ni Father, a person should be capable of dominating sin, maintaining oneself peaceful and naturally subjugating Satan before that person can qualify as a person of heaven. Okay. Kaya mapapansin din ninyo, di ba? When you meet people, hindi naman automatic, unless na meron na kayong relationship ng tao na yon, yung mga tao na nasa paligid mo, meron na kayong common base, they can immediately, sabihin natin na, they can immediately trust you. They immediately believe in what you are saying. Pero kung wala pa, they will tend to question, who are you to say that to us? Right? Pero along the way, as you fulfill your responsibility in a position of sharing the heart and giving your utmost sincerity, that's the time that doon na nagkakaroon ng nag-change yung atmosphere. Kaya kung titigan mo sa umpisa, di ba? Even me nga pagka nagle-lecture ako sa harapan ng minsan diverse kasi mga nagiging audience ko, minsan merong mga VIPs. Okay? Merong mga highly intellectual. Parang one time puro mga doctors yung mga kaharap ko, mga PhDs. Mga prominent na mga from the different universities. The very beginning talaga nandoon yung question na, who are you to give us this presentation? Okay. Sabi nga ng isang participants during that time, sabi niya is ang ine-expect daw niya na mag-lecture sa kanila is yung matanda na member na Tapos pagdating doon, sabi niya, ba't ang bata pala na mag-lecture? And yun nga ang sabi niya, ang testimony niya at the very beginning is, what is your capacity to tell us this one? Kaya sabi niya, pero along the way, sabi niya, I learned a lot from you. Okay. So, ibig sabihin, when we start, we don't expect that people immediately we can gain immediately their trust. But along the way, before the end of their presentation, they must give their full trust to us. Aju? And that is in the Cain's responsibility. That is in the Cain's position. Kaya nga, yung pinaka-importante doon is, how can I fulfill my responsibility? How can I block Satan's influence so that God can come in? Okay? Yeah. Di ba alam naman natin, pag sinabi natin Cain, that is relative evil, right? Abel is relative good. Tama ba? Aju? Pag sinabing relative, hindi naman siya yung absolutely na evil, hindi rin siya yung absolutely good, but at least there is a percentage na madali siyang ma-influensyan either good or evil. It depends on how he can fulfill or how he will stand into his position or into his responsibility. Yeah. Kaya the first thing that we have to think of when we stay in front is, don't compare yourself to another person. Okay? Starting with the point of not comparing yourself with another person. Kung ikaw yung nandiyan, become the representative of God. Kaya nga, di ba ang laging sinasabi ko sa inyo, don't think na I'm not prepared. But we should always think that I am the only one who can do this. I am the only one who is being trusted by God to do this. Aju? Yan. Kaya sabi ni Father, true Father said, when you find other person being loved by God more than you are, will you complain and be jealous? It is safe for you to place yourself in a position where you are always ready to receive less love, to minister to another person, and to go to a central figure through that person. That way you can reach your destination. Right? Kaya nga kung titignan natin, hindi mo pwedeng madaliin lahat. It always go through a process. And ang process na yun, it always follow the 3 stages. Right? Formation, growth, and completion. Aju? Kaya importante, when you give lecture, it's important, or pagka mag-coordinate ka, importante na magkaroon ka laging ganon. How will I introduce? Paano ko ma-form? Paano ma-establish yung content ng presentation, and then ano yung conclusion. Okay. Yun naman yung basic ng lahat eh. Formation, growth, and completion, or introduction, body, and conclusion. Okay? So with that, don't compare yourself to others. Think that you are the only one that is being trusted by God. Right? Kaya don't complain. Kasi pag sinabi mo, I am not prepared, although in yourself, you are not complaining, but that is already a basis for Satan to influence you. Aju? Yeah. So, another thing that we have to think of is we have to deny ourselves. Okay? Self-denial. Fallen people who have lost their original value are in no position to complain about any situation given by God. Ano dapat heart meron tayo? Di ba? We should be always ready to receive and be thankful that God had given us such responsibility or such a position. Aju? Madaling sabihin pero mahirap gawin. Right? Tama ba? Aju ba? And so that you can deny yourself and you will be ready to stand in front of God, we have to think that we are standing in a parent's position. So if you can put yourself in the position of a parent to a person who has been loved, you can also love and praise the person and can share the same joy as that person. Then there is no jealousy towards someone else's good fortune. But you will become grateful, and you can always say thank you that you have given me the chance to express God's heart and God's love. Kaya nga, as a lecturer or even as a coordinator, it is important that we have to think. Pag lecturer ka, ang isipin mo, I am the parents of these people. Na I needed to guide these people, educate these people to be connected to God. And if you are a coordinator, what is your position? You are in the position of an elder brother. Okay? An elder brother that will, yung original na elder brother, na pag sinabi nating elder brother is, you are in the second command. You are the second parent of the children, your siblings. So ibig sabihin, kung coordinator ka, you have to think that I am the elder brother who can connect my brothers and sisters to my parents. Aju? Yan. So, the first thing that we have to think is don't judge and don't complain. Okay? Dapat yun yung una nating tanggalin sa sarili natin. Don't look at the participants who they are. Ay, ang ano naman ng mga participants. No, we should not have that. Tapos, bakit ang unti ng participants? Okay? Sabi nga ni Father, when you speak, even though on iisa lang yan, you have to speak as if you are speaking to 1,000 people. Why? Because that person, even though he's only one physically, but his whole ancestor is connected to him. Aju? That's why the thing that we have to consider is be a victorious Cain with a historical awareness. Okay? Yan. Be a victorious Cain with a historical awareness. Ano yun? Alam naman natin, di ba, ang history ni Cain. Right? So dapat aware tayo na all complaints, all judgment, all self-centered thinking or self-centered thought, that is what? That is Satan's influence to Cain. So we must become a restored Cain and we must become a victorious Cain that will embrace Abel. Kaya nga, di ba, sinabi ko last time sa lecture natin na as a lecturer, ikaw muna yung Cain in the very beginning and then Abel mo yung mga participants. And then naturally, pagka ma-feel ng participants yung heart mo, concern sa kanila, that's the time that the participants will look at you as an Abel figure. And that's the time that they will be in the position of Cain and then you will be in the position of Abel. Kasi when we talk about Cain and Abel, that is a natural subjugation through our heart. Through practicing the principle of give and take action. Developing a common base together. Okay? So the first thing that we have to do is to make indemnity condition to remove the four fallen characteristics. So anong gagawin natin? Okay? We have to love Abel. Okay, we have to overcome different characteristics and different personalities. Okay? Kaya nga, pagka lecturer ka, dapat ikaw yung magaling ka ring psychologist. Nababasa mo yung mga nasa harapan mo. Okay? Kung anong karakter ng mga tao sa harapan mo. Because sabi nga ni Father, the minimum that we have to overcome is 12 basic character. And that is a representative of the 12 pearl gates of heavenly kingdom. 12 personalities, 12 characteristics. Ano yung 12 na yon? Okay, you can search that. Ano ba yung 12 personalities na dapat nating overcome? Okay, so that's your assignment to be submitted next Friday. Ay, hindi, bukas pala, Saturday, may klase pala tayo bukas. Okay? So, yan. Bukas yung first natin bukas, kasi wala naman akong lecture bukas. Kasi we will go directly to presentation bukas. But the first thing that we'll be discussing is share to us what are the 12 personalities or what are the 12 basic characteristics that we have to overcome so that we can enter to the heavenly kingdom. Okay? Aju? Actually, ang nasa Google is parang 10 lang yung nakalagay doon eh. Pero in different Christian sites, meron silang pinapresent na 12. Pero merong sinabi si Father na 12 specific personalities. Na yun yung result ng 4 fallen natures. Okay? So, nandoon na yung 4 fallen characteristics. Every 4 characteristics, meron siyang 12 characters na pinapractice ng tao. Ay, meron siyang pinapractice na 3 among the 4. Kasi yung 4 yung major, di ba? Major characteristics ng tao. Tapos, dun sa 4 na yon, merong tigta 3 each. Okay? Yan. So, those are the things that we have to look up. Okay? And 12 basic characteristics. As a lecturer, we must read this, we must see this and overcome this in every lectures that we have, and even as a coordinator. Okay? But the only thing that we can do is to love them as a in the position of Cain. Okay? Yan. Bakit? Kasi merong shortcomings din si Abel, right? Hindi lang naman si Cain yung nagka-problem in the family of Adam eh. Tama ba? Meron at meron. Okay? Kaya nga, pagka merong shortcomings, hindi lang sa isang tao lang yan. It's both kung sino yung ka-give and take mo. Both of you have a portion of responsibility towards each other. Kaya nga 'di ba sinasabi natin, yung common base is how much we think that we have to live for the sake of each other. Adyo? Yun talaga yung characteristics ng common base. Hindi yung nasa subject position, siya lang mag-isip na I have to live for the sake of my object partner. No. Dapat yung object partner din, iniisip niya, I have to live for the sake of my subject partner. So pag nagkaroon ng ganung common understanding that they have to live for the sake of each other, hindi mo na ma-identify kung sino ang subject, sino ang object. But it will be continuously practicing a give and take action. Aju? So meaning, what we can do is make up for your leader's shortcoming and help him to grow. He who judges his own leader is a king of Cain. But he who conceals his leader's fault and tries to take responsibility for him will stand in Abel's position someday. Okay? Yan. Kasi we will be inheriting the position and the responsibility. Aju? Kaya nga ganun sa family, di ba? Who will take care the younger brothers and sisters? Pwede bang ibang tao? Or yung mismong na-train sa loob ng pamilya? Merong ownership sa loob ng pamilya. Di ba? So that is what we call the proper successor or heavenly successor. Okay? So we have to be ready that we are not always in a common opinion together. We have different opinion and we should know how to learn from each opinion and how we can connect each other so that we can become one. Okay? Kaya when we talk about differences of opinion, differences of views, the most important is you should not be aggravated because of the differences of views. But you should talk about the differences and how you can work together, how you can unite together. Kasi kung titignan natin whether we like it or not, halimbawa, hindi sang-ayon si Erwin sa view ko. At some point, you can learn from that disagreement. Tama ba? Aju? You can realize something and it will let you become more reliable or become more mature. Kaya nga lagi yung sinasabi sa atin, di ba? We cannot say that we know already everything. Learning is always a two-way process. You can learn from the participants and participants can learn from you. Aju? Yeah. Kaya pag mag-question, hindi wag mo dapat titignan na, uy, against to, uy, hindi to, ganito, ganyan. No. Questioning is a part of discovering for you as a presenter or as a coordinator and for the participants as well. Okay? Hindi naman kinakailangan masagot mo lahat ng tanong nila. Yung within the context of your presentation, you can discuss or you can give a hint. Okay? Hindi mo kailangan na masagot perfectly lahat. No. Pwede mo naman sabihin na we can park for that for a moment because we are not yet into that discussion. We can discuss that in the future. Okay? Pero para sa ganun, hindi siya mabitin, magbigay ka rin ng insight. Okay? Kaya nga importante na you have to really prepare yourself. You have to really advance. Okay? Dapat 10 folds, 12 folds advance tayo sa mga participants natin. Aju? So the offering of your opinion must be unconditional. Hindi yung condition na dapat ako lang yung tama. Dapat hindi ganon. Okay? Because we are not in the position to debate. We are in a position to learn and understand each other. Okay? That's why it is really important that we have to receive obedience and faith coming from God. Okay? We should all connect everything to God. The reason why I do this because I wanted to let God feel your presence or let me become the connection, your connection towards God. Aju? Yan. So even if a leader's opinion may not be the original desire of God, if you believe and obey that opinion as if it had come from God, that opinion becomes the true desire of God by your faith. So even if you bring good result disobeying a leader's opinion, your faith cannot be accepted by God, and those results are apt to be accidentally lost. Kaya kahit gaano kaganda kung you always disobey central figure, okay, it will not always be it will not always be beneficial to you and to the central figure and to other people. Okay, what is important is how much we can really believe, how much we can really connect together and establish a strong faith, okay, and support each other. Aju? Yan. Kaya what we needed to do is offer everything to our Abel. Okay, I'm doing this because I wanted to let these people be connected to God. Yeah. So the life in Kingdom of Heaven is the life of consulting and reporting. That's according to Father. We always consult and we always report. That is the life in the Kingdom of Heaven. Wala namang debate dun eh. Okay. Affirmation, am I doing good? Am I doing right? And then reporting that this is what I'm doing and this is the result of what I am doing. Aju? So we always have to have that kind of heart. Okay? And in order for us to do that, we have to surrender to our Abel. Pag sinabi nating surrender, nandyan yung obedience, honesty, and gentleness. So the relationship between the archangel and Adam is something like that between Cain and Abel. In that sense, the archangel would have obeyed Adam in order to reach God. And one thing you must remember is when you put yourself in Cain's position and try to obey the person in Abel's position, then you are safe to reach God. Okay? Whether you like it or not, you will be reaching God. Aju? Yan. Kaya, minsan kasi meron yung point na parang feeling natin kung na-question natin yung Abel natin. Sometimes meron din tayong feeling na, naku, parang against na ako sa Abel ko. We have to think that questioning, gaya nga sinabi ko kanina, di ba? Opinion should be unconditional. Kaya dapat pag magtanong ka, mag-ask ka ng hindi yung direct na parang subjective command, but pwede siyang inquiry or a request. Okay? Or it is a way of point of discussion together, how you can really formulate a common understanding together. Aju? So from that, once we can surrender to our Abel, naturally we can multiply goodness. Why? Because you will not complain. Okay? And you will practice God's will centered on Abel. Okay. So sabi ni Saito, one of the great lecturer in in fundraising, actually Japanese na nagbibigay ng education regarding sa fundraising, sabi niya, let's make beautiful unity between Cain and Abel through feeling your Cain's responsibility. Okay. Filling in the gap. Okay. Even you are in Abel position, you have to still feel that you are in the position of Cain. Kaya nga, even si Jesus Christ, diba? Ano ba ginawa ni Jesus Christ? After na hindi nag-take responsibility si John the Baptist. Diba Cain ni Jesus Christ si John the Baptist? Anong ginawa niya? He went down to the position of John the Baptist. Aju? So, my dear brothers and sisters, let's all become a victorious Cain. Let's elevate na hindi si Cain is hindi yung traditional understanding natin na Cain, but it should be a victorious Cain to represent God. It's not anymore a Cain na sinasabi natin na relative evil, but it should be a supporting to Abel, and it will become a person who can bring people to God. So that should be the kind of mind that we have. That should be the kind of heart, mind, and action that we have to do as a lecturer and as a coordinator. Aju? So I hope that with that you have learned something and we can do something to support and help and guide and connect our brothers and sisters to God and true parents. Good evening, everybody.
Thank you very much, Sir Andy. So yeah, the position of Cain and Abel, gano'n siya ka-importante as lecturer and coordinator. And matutunan tungkol sa Cain and Abel. Yun ang pinag-uusapan lagi when we talk about providence of restoration, right? So, and one thing that really struck me most is about the being to have a parental heart towards the brothers and sisters. I always have that kind of I should have always that kind of heart when I give lecture, when I give tawag dito, as a coordinator, kasi yan yung pinagkaiba ng we should put that in ourself also, na pinagkaiba natin when we want to elevate our way of lecturing. The difference is that the heart of not just a lecturer but a lecturer with a heart of parent. Kasi iba yung dating pag ano ka lang, lecturer ka lang, you are just giving the idea intellectually, ganun. But if you are a lecturer with a parental heart, that's an educator, and yun yung hinahanap ni Father, because when we share the principle, if you are a lecturer, if you are an educator, you share the principle with the heart, then you will become a parent. It's like you are guiding your children, yung essence ng diba? So, napaka-importante. Wherein, yung being a parent naman is na-inherit yun of dapat talaga yung position ni Cain and Abel. Diba si Abel, dapat parental heart with the Cain, ganun. Si Cain din dapat may inherit niya yung parental heart ni Abel. And then, magpapalo. So, a lot of things learn from the lecture of Randy, and I hope that magamit natin siya. Kaya wag mo masyadong mag-isip pag mag-coordinator. Ang iniisip ko lang talaga lagi is paano ko kayo matulungan tong mga batang to. So kahit mas matanda sila sa akin. Ang iniisip ko, para matulungan yung mga batang to. Kasi, I can give more. I can share more learnings from them. And then, iba talaga eh, pag may parental heart ka habang nagko-coordinator. Kasi, yun eh, i-ano mo yung principle na kailangan i-apply nila sa buhay nila para magbago sila. Hindi lang, ganito yung, ganito ang nangyari kay hindi lang kay Moses, hindi lang ganun. Not only that, but the essence of the principle of parenting. Especially kasi we are sharing about the members, right? The members. Lalo na. Kasi ang nire-lecture natin is mga members. So yun. Yeah, those are the important things. Kaya ma-feel ng mga audience. How sincere we are in making it. Any comments from or if none, then we can proceed. Lecture? Purpose of creation,
Section 3. Section 3 na, no?
Oo. Mag-Q&A pa ngayon?
Dapat ngayon na. Pero si Ma'am Marlene, magpa-present yata siya ngayon eh. Naka-ready yata si Ma'am Marlene ngayon.
Good. Ay, narinig
yung-
ako. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Narinig ka na.
Okay. Good evening po. Itong laptop ko, WPS, wala palang Windows kasi na ano siya, hindi na siya nag-activate. Ano yun, laptop yun ng anak ko kasi ayaw niya nung Windows. Okay lang yun?
WPS, ma'am. As long as you can present, ma'am, na makikita namin.
Okay. Sige.
Just share your screen. Pwede pala yun sa laptop, WPS. Sa cellphone.
Pwede yun, merong ano
Oo,
yun. I-reprogram lang yung laptop na ano.
kasi siya na, ewan na, matagal kasi nag-brown out. Nawala yung tapos ngayon hindi naman niya in-update. Nasa cellphone pa ako ngayon, kuya. Hindi ako nakalaptop.
Okay. Cellphone. Paano kaya yan? Pwede mo ma-share, ma'am, yung share daw.
Hindi nasa USB kasi siya.
Kailangan mo ng converter, ma'am, sa yung, tawag nun? OTG. USB to OTG para may connect na gano'n.
Oo.
Ganun.
Pero nasaan yung files, ma'am? Sa cellphone mo? Or sa laptop?
Hindi. Nasa USB.
Sa USB pa? Yun. How about kami na lang mag-present? I mean, ng PowerPoint.
Tapos?
Lecture ka, ma'am. Ako na lang mag-click.
Parang si Herwin yung technical, ma'am.
Technical, ma'am. Just sabihin mo sa akin. Okay, wait lang.
Okay.
Anong...
Ay ganon, yung parang titingnan ko lang dyan, ganon?
Oo, ma'am. Tapos sabihin mo lang kung next click. Ako na mag-click. Wait lang.
Ay, di babasahin ko lang yun.
Para ka rin na yung nagle-lecture, ma'am. Ako lang yung pumipindot. Okay,
Ay, andun kasi sa sa USB yung may mga ako doon, may mga clues.
I see. Anong ginamit mo, ma'am? Yung latest 3 hours or yung yung old?
Actually, kinuha ko yun doon sa ano ba yun? Tama, 3 hours ba yun? Hindi, yung pinakauna.
Okay. Pinaka yeah. 3 hours po. Wait lang, i-show ko lang. Oh, my screen. Wait, contacting. Ganyan, ma'am. Ito ba? Ganitong,
Ay, teka lang.
section 3. Section 3 yung present,
Oo,
ma'am, di ba?
section 3. Oo, section 3 yun. Nasa unahan pa yan.
Ito, ma'am, section 3, the purpose of creation.
Oo, yun na yan.
Ito yung, ganito yung PowerPoint na ginamit mo.
Oo,
Kasi
parang, ganyan nga.
yung isa kasi may parang maraming green.
May mga bilog-bilog. Pero, actually, pinicturan ko yung mga, pinicturan ko din yung mga, presentation nila. Kaya, inano ko na lang, ginawan ko ng din.
May mga
Kaya
additional
lang.
may mga additional input ka, ma'am, na ano.
Oo, sana. Kaya lang.
Sige, kahit dito lang po muna, ma'am, para ano.
Sige, para ano.
Ang pwede mo pang gawin, ma'am, next time, i-save mo siya sa from USB,
Saan?
mo sa messenger mo, tapos i-download mo sa cellphone.
Sa cellphone. Oo nga, no.
Opo, pwede pang
Hindi ko
ganun.
naisip yun.
Hindi, sa email,
Sayang.
i-send mo siya sa email, i-save mo siya sa Google Drive mo, tapos
Tapos,
i-pull up mo na lang
i-open sa
Opo.
sa cellphone. Oo nga, tama.
Opo, ma'am.
Pwede yun.
Sige.
Sige po. So, magsa-start na ako.
Sige
Okay,
po.
so yes.
Welcome ko po ni Erwin.
Yes, we are fortunate now, brothers and sisters. It's my privilege to welcome our new lecturer. And yeah, she is teacher. And now we can hear her lecture about the section 3, the purpose of creation. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Ma'am Marlene.
Thank you, Kuya Herwin. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Good evening po. Ay, naririnig po ako?
Yes,
Okay
ma'am.
lang?
Yes, po,
Okay,
naririnig.
sige.
Clear po, ma'am. Clear.
So tonight, my topic is about the section 3, the purpose of creation. Wait lang. Medyo malabo kasi talaga yung salamin ko. Wait lang po. Wait lang. Kuya Herwin, pwedeng pa-enlarge, palakihan ng konti. Pwede pa ba? Hindi na.
Ano gamit, ma'am? Cellphone?
Oo.
Naka-cellphone.
I-ano mo kaya, ma'am? Para
Yung teka lang.
ganun,
Mm.
horizontal.
Okay.
Naka-horizontal. Para mas,
Ayun. Sige.
ayun.
So, the purpose of creation, the purpose of the creation of the universe. So, in this world, nothing exists without purpose. So, the purpose of creation of the universe and of course, our main purpose of existence will be discussed in this section. So it is recorded in the Bible, Genesis chapter 1, verse 4 to 31, that after God completed each day of creation, he saw that it was good. So from this very start, God created everything for the purpose of goodness, for him to be happy. This suggests that God wanted his creations to be object partners embodying goodness that he might take delight in them. So God made the creation as an object to which he could give his love and from which he could receive joy. Next slide. Next slide na po. So, God's joy, God created human beings as the final step in creating the universe. He created them in his image, in the likeness of his internal nature and external form, and gave them sensibility to all feelings and emotions. After their creation, God blessed Adam and Eve to be fruitful, multiply, and have dominion over the creation. So God made the creation centered on man and woman, endowed with the ability to receive and give love as the object to receive his love. Without an object to whom he could give his love, God would not experience joy. Therefore, God made the creation and humankind, in particular, to give love and experience joy. So, had Adam and Eve obeyed these three blessings and built the kingdom of heaven, there is no doubt that God would have felt the greatest joy as his sons and daughters rejoiced in the world of his ideal. Hence, the ultimate purpose of the universe with human beings at its center is to return joy to God. So, next slide na po. Okay, so let's proceed to the dual purposes. All entities have dual purposes. Every entity has dual centers of movement. One of the internal nature and another of external form. These centers pursue corresponding purposes for the sake of the whole and for the sake of the individual, whose relationship is the same as that between internal nature and external form. Next slide po. In God's ideal, there cannot be any individual purpose which does not support the whole purpose, nor can there be any whole purpose that does not guarantee the interest of the individual. The infinite variety of beings in the universe form one vast organic body interwoven by these dual purposes. Next slide po. So, good object partners for the joy of God. So, how to become a good object partners for the joy of God? Joy is not produced by an individual alone. Joy arises when we have an object partner, whether intangible or substantial, in which our internal nature and external form are reflected and developed. Our object partner stimulates us and helps us to feel our own internal nature and external form. Next slide. God feels the fullness of joy when he is stimulated by his substantial object partners to feel his original internal nature and original external form through them. When the kingdom of heaven is realized through the fulfillment of the three great blessings and the establishment of the four position foundation, it becomes the good object partner that gives joy to God. Next slide po. So let's discuss now the three blessings. The first blessing, the key to God's first blessing is the perfection of individual character. An individual's mind and body are discrete projections and object partners of God's dual characteristics. In order for an individual to perfect his character, he must form an individual four-position foundation whereby his mind and body become one. Become one individual through give and take action with God as their center. Next slide po, kuya. In fulfilling God's second blessing, the individually perfected Adam and Eve should construct a God-centered family for position foundation. God-centered family for position foundation by joining in loving oneness as husband and wife and raising children. Next slide po. God's third blessing means the perfection of a human being's dominion over the natural world. For this, a God-centered four-position foundation of dominion must be established through human beings and natural world becoming completely one. So to realize the three blessings, men and women must grow to become the image of God as mature individuals engaged in pure relationships within their families and the world, and exercise a dominion of true love over the rest of creation. In achieving these objectives, they come to mirror God and embody His beauty as true human beings. And by giving the three blessings, God shared His own perfect being fully with human beings, making them objects who can represent Him in the creation and reciprocate His love completely. Next slide po. So, realization of the purpose of creation. Had God's purpose of creation been realized in this way, an ideal world without even a trace of sin would have been established on the earth. We call this world the kingdom of heaven and earth, heaven on earth. In the kingdom of heaven, God's direction will be conveyed to all his children through the true parents of humankind, guiding everyone to live as one. Next slide na po, kuya.
Last slide na to.
Last slide na yon. Okay, that's all po.
Thank you, Ma'am
Thank you for
Marty.
listening.
Yeah,
Thank you for listening.
like I'm listening
Sorry po.
radio.
Ganun
Radio.
lang.
Ang lambing ng boses mo. Actually, it's not
Kasi,
fast. It's ang dami ko pa rin natutunan.
grabe ka, kuya. Binasa ko na nga lang.
Seryoso, ma'am. Oo nga, binasa ko lang, pero may mga points ka kasi. Una pa lang yung sabi mo, we are here on earth with, we live, well, pinakauna, yung created tayo na God
We are created with a purpose.
with a purpose, yun.
Of existence. Gano'n.
Yun pa lang eh. Kuha
Sorry
na
po
agad.
talaga. Sorry po.
Hey, you're doing good. Doing good.
Ayan, yung bibili ako ng laptop.
Yeah, I think that's
Diyos ko,
better.
mahal kasi ang laptop. Hindi pa kaya bumili ng laptop na ano.
So, if maging okay na yung business na yun,
Yeah.
they are building still the foundation.
O sana makatulong ako dyan.
Alright, so yeah. Thank you very much, Ma'am Russell.
Mag-branch out tayo dyan sa inyo, ma'am. Kasi national naman yung registration natin eh.
Oo.
Yung
Okay lang yun.
DTI natin is national ang coverage niya.
O kasi may center naman kami dito. Pwede yun, di ba?
So, yes. So, tapos na tayo sa first lecture. Second lecture. Second batch na. Bell lang yung mayroon naman yung second batch. Si ate ko. Ang Marlin pala. Okay, next. Let's welcome Bea. Where's your mom?
Kuya, may kausap pa po. Hindi pa po
Ah.
talaga tapos nag-uusap pa sa kwarto. Nasa labas, pinalabas nga po ako eh.
That is why ikaw ang una ang mag-lecture.
Section 3, Team Creative ba?
Yeah, section 3.
Teka lang po. Ikaw na po ako eh.
All right, yes. Let's welcome the one and only Bea.
Hello, good evening, brothers and sisters. So tonight we will be briefly discussing the third section of the first chapter of the Divine Principle, which is entitled The Purpose of Creation. So upon knowing the previous sections where we have learned God's dual characteristics, and you have also learned about the give and take action, the universal prime energy, the three object purpose, and the core position foundation. It is at this point we will be discussing one of the major questions that almost everybody, yeah, almost all of us um, have ever wondered and asked ourselves. So, diba, especially while growing up, when we are slowly trying, and when we are slowly maturing up, um, there's always this point where we wonder why we were created, what's the purpose of our life, and why do we exist in the first place. So, if you still haven't reached that point, so this will be a very good head start to all of you brothers and sisters. And as to those people like me, even if uh, you may say that I may be too young to be wondering of what my purpose in life, but yeah, there are and there have been a time there that I really wondered what my purpose is, and then I have asked um, even my mom why was I born in the first place? So what is my purpose, and then what path should I take in leading my life? So I hope to those brothers and sisters who are still confused and who are in the dark, this may give light to all of us. So yeah. So we will be talking about the purpose of creation. So it has been known to us, um, even if you, even to those non-religious believers, it has been known to us that there exists um, an ultimate being where all of us, all the created things that we see around us have originated from. And in the in the religious context, in the Christian context, we um, we considered that ultimate being as God. And so therefore, when putting it into that context, God, as our creator, is the origin of all created beings. So from then on, stemming from that point where God is the creator, the ultimate creator, the ultimate being that created the entire universe, we will be discussing the purpose of the creation of the universe. So, um, we will be in this discussion. We will be highly um, anchoring it to the Christian context because it is in the Christian context, in the religious context, that we can get substantial, we can get um, further descriptions, and um, we can get yun, mga records about God. So, yun. So it is recorded in the Bible and in the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 4 to 31, where in this specific verse, it there we can see God's the process of where God created the universe. So in that Bible verse, um, we can see that after God completed each day of creation, He saw that it was good. So every after He created something, on the first day that He had created, that God finished His creation, He said that it was good, and it was true until the fifth day. But then, so this suggests that God wanted His creation to be the object partners embodying goodness, that He might take delight in them. So from there, we can actually conclude, brothers and sisters, that nothing nothing in the process of creation. So there wasn't uh, the intention of God while He was creating all the beings and all the other created uh, yeah thing around the universe was meant to be to embody goodness and meant to bring the light to God as the creator. So, yeah. And then so but then when God after God created his last creation, which is the human beings, um instead of saying that it was good, God said that it was very good. So, and from there, he, from when we go back into that, in the story in the Bible, in Genesis, on the seventh day, God had rested. So, yun. Now, yun naman, for this point, let's then discuss God's joy, since we have known that all created beings, including the human beings, with nothing an exception, is created to embody goodness and created um, and all the created beings are meant to give delight to God. So, when God created human beings as the final step in the creation of the universe, He created them in His image, in the likeness of His internal nature and external form, and gave them sensibility to all feelings and emotions. It has been known to us, even in the Christian context, that human beings are the masterpieces that God have ever made all throughout the created universe. That is why the human beings also stand in the top of the pyramid. So yun. So when God created human beings, He have put all of Himself into it, creating it in according to His own image. So and also manifesting, allowing it to manifest both of His internal nature and external form. And then not only that, God also gave human beings sensibility to all feelings and emotions. So, and that is also one unique characteristics of human beings. So after the creation, God blessed Adam and Eve, which is the first human beings, to be fruitful, multiply, and have dominion over over the creation. This is written in the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verse 28. So this three, to be fruitful, multiply, and have dominion over creation, is the three great blessings. So had Adam and Eve obeyed these three blessings, which is to be fruitful, multiply, and have dominion over creation, and built the kingdom of heaven, there is no doubt that God would have felt the greatest joy as His sons and daughters rejoice in the road of His ideal. So, therefore, brothers and sisters, we can say and we can conclude once more that for God to feel immense joy and for God to experience yung joy, the kind of joy which He had been longing. Human beings must be able to fulfill the three great blessings and build the kingdom of heaven here on earth. So hence the ultimate purpose of the universe with human beings at its center is to return joy to God. So if you have ever wondered what could be the purpose of your life, brothers and sisters, although we may have different paths to take in our lives, but then we all share one common um, purpose, and that is to give joy to our ultimate creator, to our ultimate parent, our heavenly parent, God. So that is our purpose, and no one is exemption to this one. Yeah. So as as God's sons and daughters, we are meant and we are created to give joy to our parents. So as how we are created to give joy also to our physical parents. Diba? As sons, and it is also in it to all sons and daughters, na we have the urge to give joy to our parents, diba? I think this is all very, yeah, very innate and very common to all sons and daughters. We always wanted to feel joy. We always wanted to return joy to our parents who have molded and who have loved us unconditionally. Am I right, brothers and sisters? So when we ask why did God created Adam and Eve, so it's also it also have been one of my wonders. Why did God created Adam um aside from becoming aside from becoming his masterpieces and which are meant to give joy to God? Why did God create human beings? What could be the other reasons why God created human beings? So we have all known that God is invisible. We cannot see him nor touch him or oh yeah or yeah see, touch, or smell him. I don't know. So being invisible, God cannot love his children who have external forms without becoming a father or mother with a substantial external form. For this reason, God created Adam and Eve to have a body. So since God is invisible, he is incapable of feeling and of um, feeling that vibrations um, stemming from the stimulations uh, taken from its surrounding. Diba? Since he cannot touch or feel, he cannot directly feel the love of his children to him. He God needs to have a body, and that is why, and that is where Adam and Eve um, comes into the picture. So when God created Adam and Eve, he had in mind that Adam and Eve would reach perfection and they would become the uh, substantial manifestation. So God could work on Adam and Eve and yun, and could claim their body. So God created Adam and Eve for the following purposes. First, the invisible God will have a physical form through Adam's body. And then second, through the body, God can feel a shocking vibration that brings him joy, since words alone are insufficient. And then third, God will find a surface area, for as the vertical father on the central axis, he does not himself have a surface area. So since God is invisible, he has to have that surface area, that body wherein he could directly feel the vibrations in his body, which um, which uh, came from the stimulation that he had received through his interaction with the his sons and daughters. So, and from that shocking vibration, it will bring him joy. And since God and the vibration cannot be felt in air, this is also um, true to uh, in sciences. It can be proven in sciences. Diba? Since we can only feel vibration when it touches the surface area. And so therefore, if a thing does not have any surface area or does not any external form, there could the vibration could not be felt. It could, although it might be there, it could not be in. And then it would feel as if it were nothing. Yeah. So and since word alone would not be enough to allow him to feel the exact stimulation coming from that vibration. So yun, hindi siya magiging, it's not sufficient enough to describe and to make him feel the love and the joy that would be coming from uh, those stimulations. So basically, yun yung reason God had to have God has God needs to have the external form, and that would be through Adam and Eve. So, and since we all know that all human beings, so as God, consist of a dual characteristics. So be it that it is also true two purposes. So every entity, so all entities have also have dual purposes, and that would be the whole purpose and the individual purpose. So the whole purpose is the internal nature, while the individual purpose is the external form. So these centers pursue corresponding purposes for the sake of the whole and for the sake of the individual, whose relationship is the same as that between internal nature and external form. Although these purposes are not two uh, very different purposes. So to give a better um, example to this, let's go into the example. So in continuation pa pala. In God's idea, there cannot be any individual purpose which does not support the whole purpose. No, nor can there be any whole purpose that does not guarantee the interests of the individual. So the infinite variety of beings in the universe form one vast organic body interwoven by these dual purposes. Yeah. So again, like what I said, brothers and sisters, these dual purposes are not too far from each other, but instead they work hand in hand, and they're like chain that is chained together. So they go hand in hand. It's not something that will that can just stand on its own. So imagining a bicycle. So it's like the individual purpose would be the what do you call this one? The other um, tire, while the whole purpose could be the other tire, or the body. The tires would be the individual purpose, and then the body would be the whole purpose. It is something like that. So it the dual purposes works hand in hand together. So they're interwoven and they're created and they're meant to work with one another and not to clash with one another. Then, so example in the context of the family. So even if the family properties legally belong to the parents, in reality they belong to the parents and the children. In other words, they're under common ownership of the family. So each of the family members receives his or her individual room, clothes, and allowance. In this manner, the whole purpose and the individual purpose harmonize within the family. So if we think about it, brothers and sisters, the whole house is named after the father, but it does not mean that the father only gets to own everything, because in that certain home, um, the uh, rooms are owned uh, the by the individual family member. So yun, they are meant they are so for example, the house have 5 rooms, and then the family is consists of 6. I Yeah, 6. The mother and father shares their room, and then um all the other 4 children would have their own individual room. So although the whole house is named after the father alone, still yung individual, it does not take off, parang hindi niya sinistrip off yung ownership of the kids to their individual rooms. Ayan. And the ideal society's ownership system is an expansion of the ideal form of possession in the loving family to society, nation, and world. So next, let's now then talk about becoming God's object partners for the joy, good object partners for the joy of God. God. So since when God created human beings, He had created us to to return joy to Him. So when you ask, why does God need us to give Him joy? Can't He experience? Can't He make Himself happy by Himself? Uh, Also considering the fact that He is all powerful, He is all knowledgeable, and He can be anywhere He wants. Can't He be happy by Himself? So the answer to that question would be no. So joy is not produced by an individual alone. So even the ultimate being, the most powerful among all the other, um, the, yeah, the greatest, and then the most powerful being in the entire universe, God Himself, could not produce joy by Himself. So joy only arises when we have an object partner, whether intangible or substantial. So, for a being, for an individual to feel joy, he had he has he needs to have an object partner in which our internal nature and external form are reflected and developed. So our object partner stimulates us from uh, us and helps us to feel uh, to feel our own internal nature and external form. So um, so in the context of God, God feels the fullness of joy when He is stimulated by His substantial object partners to feel His original internal nature and original external form through them. So when the kingdom of heaven is realized through the fulfillment of the three great blessings and the establishment of the four position foundation, it becomes the good object partners that gives joy to God. So yeah, it is only through God's object partners that He can experience the fullness of joy. Wherein um, uh, from that object partner, uh, God's original internal nature and original external form will manifest. Diba? So yun. And also, when the kingdom of heaven is fully established already, and then the three great blessing is fulfilled by all human beings, that is when it becomes God good object partner, which will in turn give joy to Him. Ayan. So though God is the absolute being, He cannot be happy alone. Adjectives such as good and happy cannot apply to any being that lives in isolation. So they apply only when there is a reciprocal relationship. Imagine a professional singer who finds herself on an inhabited island. She may sing at the top of her voice, but with no one to listen. Will it bring her happiness? Will it bring her happiness, brothers and sisters? Clearly, it would not. So, happiness is not learned, but is felt through an object partner. This is very clear, brothers and sisters. It is not something that we can teach. We can something that would be taught in schools. It's not like the sciences or mathematics or English vocabulary and grammar and everything that we can learn from school. Happiness or joy can only be happiness itself is felt through an object partner. So it is, yeah, it is not. It's not some. It's not merely an idea, but it is something that will be felt. It is an emotion. It is a feeling of that one feels. So in other words, God created this world to feel happiness by seeing human beings and the creation become one through God's love and form a world of harmonious love. So yun, it's pretty clear, diba, brothers and sisters? Now let's then jump to the three great blessings, since we have already known that we are meant to give joy to God, and um, by how can we fulfill and how can we make God happy, or how can we give joy to God? It is through fulfilling the three great blessings and fulfilling, establishing, and building the kingdom of heaven here on earth. So now let's discuss the first blessing. So when we go back to the verse states that be fruitful, multiply, and have dominion. So the first blessing is to be fruitful. So the key to God's first blessing is the perfection of individual character. An individual's mind and body are discrete projections and object partners of God's dual characteristics. In in order for an individual to perfect his character, he must form an individual four-position foundation whereby his mind and body becomes one through the give and take action with God as their center. So, in the fulfillment of in the first blessing, which is to be fruitful, uh, it engages all human beings to attain perfection. So, when we ask, is it possible for a human being to reach perfection? It is actually um, possible that we reach individual perfection, brothers and sisters. So it's not valid that we try to reason out every time we uh, commit something wrong, we did something wrong or commit a mistake. We try to reason out that I'm sorry, I'm not perfect. That is not valid at all, because all human beings, with no exemption, can reach perfection. It is only, and when reaching perfection would mean that our mind and our body would create a harmonious give and take action centering on God. And when that happens, an individual person is being created. So that is the first blessing. Now, let's go to the second blessing. So, in fulfilling God's second blessing, individually perfected Adam and Eve should construct a God centered family four position foundation by joining in loving oneness as husband and wife and raising children. So, once a man and a woman have perfected themselves, they enter the second blessing, which is the perfection of family. So in here, the perfected man and perfected woman interact and establishes a harmonious give and take action within each other, centering on God, and forms union, or bears children, godly children, and from there they fulfill, or they create a perfected family centered on God. And then this would then, from that family, it will transcend to the society, to the nation, and extending to the whole world. Since the fundamental building block of the society is the family, so everything starts from oneself and then basically to the family. So that is it. That's it. So prior to creating human beings, God created the natural world by expressing partial reflections of their internal nature and external form He had conceived for human beings. So we will now be then discussing about the third blessing. So consequently, a human being contains within himself the sum total of the essences of all things. This is the reason he is called the microcosm of the cosmos. If we had known, if we have remembered, brothers and sisters, when God created human beings, we were created as his masterpieces, right? And then God created us to become the co-creators of, and then um, the lords of creation. So human beings can govern the creation because they contain all the elements, structures, and qualities found in animals and plants. So this is one factor, major factor, why human beings can stand in the position of the lords of all creation, and can stand in the position to have to dominate all creations. It is because human beings contain all the elements and the structures and qualities found in both plants and animals. So sa lahat na ginawa ni Heavenly Parent and all the things that God created, human beings uh, have it in them. So, yun. For example, the human vocal cords are so versatile that they can imitate virtually any animal sound. And then also, a plant's leaf corresponds to the human lung in appearance and function. Branches and stems of plants correspond to the human circulatory system, which distribute nourishment to the entire body. And then the xylem and phloem corresponds to the human arteries and veins. And lastly, the roots of a plant corresponds to a human stomach and intestines, which absorbs nutrients. So from this, brothers and sisters, although um, it may be thought of something very childish, but actually that capability abilities of a human being is actually a manifestation of how uniquely and how we were carefully created by Heavenly Parent and how He had put into consideration and put everything, all the other create, all the qualities and elements, and then all the structures that builds up the other created beings into human beings. So that is how, and that is where the third blessings come. The third blessing comes in, brothers and sisters. Yeah. So, as described in Genesis chapter 1, verse 28, so, di ba, be fruitful, multiply, and then fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, or the and over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth. So, the meaning of God's third blessing is the perfection of a human being's dominion over the natural world. So to fulfill this blessing, the four position foundation of dominion must be established centered on God, human beings, and the natural world, which are the substantial object partners and God of God at the level of image and symbol, respectively, must share love and beauty to become completely one as the whole universe. So, yun. So, going back, had God's purpose of creation been realized in this way, an ideal world without even a trace of sin would have been established on the earth. So we can then call this world the kingdom of heaven on earth. So in the kingdom of heaven, God God's direction will be conveyed to all of his children through the true parents of humankind, guiding everyone to live as one. So once the three great blessings have been fulfilled, the realization of the ultimate purpose of creation, which is the establishment and the establishment of the kingdom of heaven here on earth, um, yun, God could have directly um, uh, connect with all of us as His children through the true parents, and that is something um, that was not that did not happen, which will then be further discussed in the succeeding chapters. So I hope you understand, brothers and sisters. So to sum up everything, the purpose of creation, the purpose of creation is to return joy to God. And how do we return joy to God? Uh, we can return joy to God through fulfilling the three great blessings, which is the individual perfection, the family perfection, and the um, dominion of all creation. And then also, aside from the three great blessings, the fulfillment of the three great blessings, in order for us to completely uh, completely bring joy to God, we must be able to concretely establish, substantially, the kingdom of heaven here on earth. So, yun, brothers and sisters, um, although we may be very insignificant in our thoughts, so if yeah, we may not be fully aware of it, but then our purpose is to we were actually here on this earth for a reason, um not just because kailangan, or not just because trip lang ng parents mo na gawin ka or yun. But then we were actually here because and created, and as God's sons and daughters, as our parents' sons and daughters, we were created to return joy to our parents who have molded and really loved us unconditionally. So I hope you learned something from this, brothers and sisters, and I hope you had some takeaways from this discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bea. Let's give a round of applause. All right. So let's proceed now to the Q&A. Q&A. Miss Universe na question.
Kuya,
How can
nandito
you
po si
save
Mama.
Next meeting na si Ate Sylvia. Tapos Q&A din. Welcome po, Ate Sylvia. The Julius. So do you have any question? Or do you have anything to add? Subtract? Or you want to divide and add again? Mathematics pa tayo. Clear na. Ang galing mag-lecture ni Bea. Clear na yung ano. Walang tanong. Iba talaga ang spirit ni Bea. Oh, kaya ako na lang magtanong. So, Bea, makinig ka. Makinig. Based sa lecture, it is said there about the purpose of creation. The purpose of creation. And it emphasizes generally about what is the purpose of. So it's clear already. My question is, what is the purpose of other things, other creation? Alam na natin yung purpose ng tao, at anong purpose ng ibang bagay.
Kaya ako po ba yung sasagot?
Yeah.
Sige. Sige. Good evening po ulit, brothers and sisters. Good evening po Kuya Kerwin, Kuya Randy, Kuya Kerwin, Ate Relina, Kuya Julius, Ate Manana, Mama Martin. Good evening, Mama. So, since we have known or from the previous section that the human beings, diba, it was also briefly mentioned in the slides earlier na the natural world or the other created beings stand as God's anong tawag? But yung term is ano yung term? Nalimutan ko. Embodiment of truth, in symbol, and then an image naman is the human beings. So from that we can also conclude na it's not only human beings who will stand as God's object purpose, good object purpose, and that will bring him and give him joy, but it also includes all the other created beings, so all the other creations around us. They also had they also stand in that position. Yun nga lang, they are standing, they are embodiments of God in symbol. But then also the other created universe, in the created universe, all the other created things are in purpose nila would be to they were created by God to help in the survival of the human beings. Yeah, hindi ko po sure. But then, yeah, this was already discussed eh. Na-discuss na ito, pero, yun. Yeah, they were created just like, for example, yung animals, and then, or plants, they were created to become, resources that would aid in the growth of um, of human beings. So yeah, so they are also they were created. God created, and the purpose nila is to actually they also play a role in helping sa development ng human beings. I think. I think po. Hindi ako sure eh. Pero yun, I think po. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So you said about uh, image and symbol. So that explanation is nung una is only the only the relationship between the characteristics of other creation. Like yung human beings image siya, yung other things symbols. But it was not said there yung anong purpose ng uh, other things kasi i-explain pa siya dito sa section 3, the purpose of creation. So yun, are you suggesting or are you saying, Bea, that even the other creation is also the purpose of other creation is aside from human beings is to give joy to God? Gisahin na si Bea.
In a way, I think yes po. Yeah.
Okay. So, yes. So, what if walang tao? Anong purpose ng creation?
I believe if there's no human beings, then it would be
What is the purpose of other creation kung walang tao?
um uh personally po, I think kasi without the human beings, the creation would be incomplete. And since yung purpose ng creation stems from the existence of the human beings, um, standing as the yung role nila is to become the Lord of creation. So when wala siya, I think it would hindi naman sa magiging useless. Pero I think yung purpose nila would be stripped off as well from them kasi wala yung human beings. But then, I am not sure po. Call a friend, call a friend.
Okay,
Would you
anybody?
like me to answer?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
sure.
Bea.
Go on.
Okay. Good evening po. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late. Dili a little bit. I'm halfway late.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would like to pick up on that question first that you have asked to be like, what is the purpose of the creation? I already actually hear Bia's last slide or second to the last slide. Yeah. And in there it is being clearly stated that the very purpose why God created human beings is for us to become His true object partner of His joy. It's really clear, no other reason. In line, then Bia was deliberate to was saying that um, actually all created beings were created that way. What makes it different with the other things is that all things in the universe was created from uh, the image of human beings. Like human beings were the template. That's why it's very easy for human beings to relate with both plants and animals because all of these structures and functionalities were created out from the structure and functionalities of human beings. Now, when you asked about the purpose of all things and the creation, it is actually to replicate, I mean, to make man understand our purpose. Like, how are we going to give joy to our creator? Just for example, Bea, what makes you able to experience? Because you said it's not like not like just an idea. It's not mathematics, it's not grammar, it's not the science that, yeah, it's like just an idea. But it is something that you had to yourself experience it. It's not just a thought. Yeah, I feel joy and feel happy and not. It's not like that. It is something very substantial and experiential. So when the creation has to do that to human beings as well. For example, when you appreciate your pet, a cat, what would you feel if your cat feels like give you a certain kind of emotion because she was talking about emotion and happiness upon tending it, giving food and giving water, something like that. It will give you a different level of enjoyment. Yeah, that is the purpose of creation. And then through that, we can understand then and experience ourselves and can attest that our purpose, therefore, is the same to heavenly parents. Did I answer the question, Kuya? So the ultimate
Yes.
person, the ultimate purpose of the creation is to make human beings happy, feel happy. So what if the creation, human beings does not exist? Well, of course, they are just the dual characteristic and manifestation of God's dual characteristics, I should say. But they can actually make God happy, but they couldn't provide the same height of happiness that God would feel that He could, the same as human beings, since human beings were given all the emotion and the will and the knowledge, the know-how, made the capacity to understand the same as that of God. Because creation is just like the symbolic reflection of heavenly parents, not the image itself. So, yan. Hindi naman, sabi ni Bia, hindi naman na-fulfill yung purpose niya, pero it wouldn't provide as much as human beings could provide to heavenly parents. The happiness that heavenly parents is looking for. I mean, waiting and longing from his own children. Yan po.
Okay. I like your answer, Te. Follow-up question. Just clarification. How other things can give joy to God?
Am I going to answer that?
Yes, yes, Te.
Okay. Actually, because as I think we have mentioned, it was discussed that everything, all creations and all animals and plants were created out from the functionalities and the structure of human beings, right? So when animals and plants could somehow reach the
So,
level of
where will this
reproducing itself, can already
uh
reproduce,
my question there is
can like have children, have for dogs, puppies, for cats, kittens, something like that. It could somehow give God happiness. But again, I would reiterate the happiness that God will feel seeing His creation that way would not the same as that He will experience when uh, seeing His children procreate the same as human beings can in His image. Did I answer the question?
Yes,
I
sir.
hope I did. I don't know.
Okay, so other brothers and sisters would want to add about the question? Actually,
Okay, Herwin,
it's
ano nga
true.
yung question?
Ano ma'am,
Ano
ano
yun?
yung purpose ng ibang bagay? Kasi alam na naman natin yung purpose ng tao, di ba? Give
Oo.
joy to God,
Okay.
fulfilling the 3
Uh,
plus. Pero ano yung
for
purpose ng ibang bagay? Why God created them?
for me, every creations kasi has its purpose for all other creations. So when these creations serve their purpose to other creations according to God's will, garo siguro, yun. Yun ang kanilang importance. Parang ganun. Yun sa pagkaintindi ko. Tama ba yun?
I also agree with that, with your answer. They connected yung mga bagay. Like this,
Connected.
the process in science, the process of ecosystem na
Mm.
the give and receive of carbon dioxide and oxygen between animals and plants.
Oo,
Yeah.
yun nga yun. Yun ang purpose nila eh. To serve others. Kagaya din sa atin, sa human being, di ba?
Thank you, ma'am.
Kuya, if I may add,
Yes.
it is like the living encyclopedia for human beings to learn God's substantial existence in our life. Like, yeah, everything, just like you said, and then mom said, that everything is interwoven for each other to complement and then to really comprise the whole cosmos. But human beings couldn't be able to understand this without seeing the creation able to fulfill and perfect its very essence of only the purpose of creation. For example, a tree could, where a vine could freely just climb up without the tree complaining, the tree giving shed to animals when they needed it when it's really striking hot. All these things, everything is just but complementary to one another. And like manner that human beings too has to exist this way. It could become the living encyclopedia, a learning site, a library for human beings to understand God's substantial existence in our life. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Te. Yun na, deep na deep yung ano natin, sagot natin. Okay, any other answer before we can proceed to another question? Any other additional? Yes, Kuya. Let's welcome. Yeah.
Hello, good evening, everyone. The universe were created in the pattern of man, and we are created based on God's dual characteristics. So, uh, God endowed us with responsibility in order for us to inherit His creative nature, become worthy to rule over the creation, also as creators. So we have this position if we fulfill our responsibility. So we can dominate the creation based on uh, the foundation of love. Harness that for our includes in our existence resources for our foods, other things, buildings, everything. So we can we are just like creators who harness the universe to really build the kingdom of heaven, convenience, everything for our life her on earth to really live a life of a kingdom, like kingdom of heaven on earth. So we can harness everything because we have inherited that kind of uh, creatorship uh, on God. So based on love, we can do that and everything, and especially also in loving the creation based on have dominion of love, and also resources living because all other creation also live for our sake, for our existence. So that's also one thing. I think that's all I can share.
Thank you very much. How about Ate Manena? Yung nagsasalita si Ate Manena. Ngayon, pasalitain natin. Ate Manena, additional te. Chai kaya ba? Ate Manena, nandiyan ka ba? Yan. Okay, let's welcome Ate Manena.
Kaya na nga po yung question.
Ano yung purpose ng ibang mga bagay te? Bakit connect?
Once again, good evening, elders, brothers and sisters. Good evening. So, every creation of God, especially the human and the living beings, has a purpose, di ba? Since the start yung the purpose of creation, kasi yun nga, na-create ka tayo ni God through with that. So we know naman already that the purpose of the human is to really build a family. At the same time, yung mga living things naman is to fulfill the needs, special needs of the human, parang give and take action. So yun lang po yung sagot ko. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ate Manena. Okay, so yeah, I all agree with your answer. Tama naman lahat yan. My just for in my like simple answer lang. Ano lang. The purpose of other things is to give joy to human beings. Kasi before God created everything, He was thinking about human beings, and then but He started to create the creation, like yung other creation, right? Then ang pinaka-last human being. So yun lang. Di yun ba lahat? The purpose of other things is to give joy to human beings. Kasi first and foremost, like for example, pagpunta ka sa isang magandang tanawin, anong ma-feel mo? Masaya, di ba? Pag kumain ka ng masarap na pagkain, galing sa puno, galing sa animals, masaya, di ba? If it will not make you happy, then it will ruin your health. It will ruin your life. That's the point there. So the created beings is for human beings. Tama yung sinabi natin Sylvia kanina. Hindi lang clear sa akin kung bakit create ni God yung human being, yung ibang creation. kung wala yung tao. Kasi ang creation kasi is under the pattern of the principle. And that is natural that they will multiply, they will do this like this. Under the principle yun siya. But human beings is different. So yun. It will give joy to God, but yun, ang kaya nga tanong ko kanina, paano ba talaga magbigay ng joy yung yung other creation kay God. Kasi hindi yun clear sa akin kung wala yung tao. Yun. Base lang kasi sa principle. Yun yung pinagkaiba ng other creation sa tao. So kung base lang siya sa principle, parang robot lang din na nagpa-follow ng principle, nagpa-follow ng laws ng science. Pero ang ano doon, if pero andyan na yung tao, yan yung clear na yun sa akin. That the purpose of other things is to give joy to human beings. And if human beings will become happy and develop themselves and become an ideal person, will do like that, it will eventually give joy to God. Parang ganun. So, magbigay lang yung ilang sagot ko dun. So, pero pag wala yung tao, yun nga, parang ang dating doon, parang useless. Kasi ano bang purpose nila? Sa tao naman eh. Kung wala yung tao. Alright, so any other question?
Hello.
Yes, kuya.
Actually, question to nung last Wednesday, yun sa lecture ko na resurrection. Kasi mayroon nagtanong, ano yung resurrection sa reincarnation? So ang ano ko diyan, kasi resurrection is transformation from the realm of God's dominion into the realm of from the realm of Satan's dominion to the realm of God's dominion. So just individual. Within individual there is transformation. And resurrection, reincarnation is between two persons. Just like I cite an example, just like Elijah. So John the Baptist is the reincarnation of Elijah because he is passing. They have the same mission, and Elijah is passing his mission to John the Baptist. It is because Herwin said resurrection and reincarnation is the same. But for me, it's two different things. I want to ask Randy what's his stand on this.
Let me clarify first about the reincarnation. Based sa answer ko last time. So, kasi sinerch ko siya bago ko siya senior. Ang meaning ng resurrection sa base sa Google is ang reincarnation, sa reincarnation, that is the belief of Hinduism, Confucianism, Buddhism, yung mabubuhay muli. Sa Christianity lang yung resurrection. Pero pareho lang sila ng meaning. Ngayon, based sa principle, ang explanation ng principle is clarification what is the real meaning of resurrection and reincarnation. Yun nga yung problema na misinterpret ng tao to. The meaning
So,
of
ano yan, the same or sa ano mo?
the same pa rin siya.
or
Same pa rin siya kuya kasi Anyway, let
Gusto kong maano kay Randy kung ano. Kasi ang ano ko kasi, transformation within individual, there is transformation eh. Pero resurrection. Pero kung reincarnation, it is two individuals eh. The previous one, the present one. Kasi reincarnation eh.
ang reincarnation kasi kuya is sa belief ng Hinduism. Babalik ka sa lupa in a different form. Either sa tao or sa animals. Yan yung definition nila ng reincarnation.
So hindi
That
the same.
Another life.
Pero
Di sila
Ngayon,
the same.
ko lang siya in the sense na, kuya, ang dulo kasi niyan is para maging good siya. Parang ganun. Ang reincarnation is, it's a process for that individual to become good. Yung mga nagawa niyang mali, yun yung kinokorrect niya eh. Which is, yun din naman yung end ng ultimate end. Yun yung parang mag-agree ako kay Herwin na ganun nga siya. Pareho lang siya in the sense na kasi yung reincarnation, kaya nagre-reincarnate. Kasi ang purpose niya is to become good. To cleanse himself para maging good. Pero hindi siya, yun. Sa ano kasi, kaya ka nagre-resurrect at may returning resurrection para maging good siya. Pumunta siya sa, pero doon pa rin yung dulo niya. Pareho kasi ang dulo niya eh. To become good, but when you become good, you return to God. Ganun yun. Parang ganun siya. Kaya ganun siguro yung sinasabi ni si Herwin na pareho lang yung resurrection, pero mas mataas lang na level yung ano, mas mataas yung yun yung talaga yung ibig sabihin ng resurrection, yung at reincarnation, pareho lang siya. Parang gano'n yung sinasabi ni Sir Herwin about it. Ewan ko lang kung ano yung point of view ni Sir Randy. I would like to hear also.
Wala nang magano. How about yung iba? Paano? How do they look?
Kasi nabasa ko yan sa ano din. Yung nga, if you have si John the Baptist and Elijah, they have the same mission. But Elijah did not fulfill his mission. So that's why in the present time, during the time of John the Baptist, they have the similar mission. So that's why Elijah cooperated with John the Baptist. So that we can term that also as reincarnation of Elijah through using John the Baptist's body. When the disciple preached to the people said, if Jesus Christ was the Messiah, then where is Elijah? Because they are oriented that before the Messiah comes, Elijah must come first. And Jesus said, the prophesied coming of Elijah was realized in none other than John the Baptist. So from that, we can say that John the Baptist is the reincarnation of Elijah. Because they have the same mission. And if we compare with resurrection, that's very different thing.
Ano
Because resurrection is
turning resurrection yun kaya?
returning.
Resurrection about Elijah and John the Baptist.
Yun ang ano niya. Yun ang explanation niya.
Pareho lang.
They have the same mission. Then because Elijah did not fulfill his mission and they have similar mission, so John the Baptist would fulfill the mission of Elijah. So that's why did not fulfill, but the same thing, he was the Elijah. As also what Jesus said to his disciple, the prophesied coming of Elijah was realized in none other than John the Baptist. So we can say that Elijah or John the Baptist is the reincarnation of Elijah.
How about kaya, is saying that John the Baptist is Elijah, or the mission of Elijah is passed down to John the Baptist.
Yes, Elijah is using John the Baptist's body to fulfill the mission that he did not accomplish. So we can say from that John the Baptist is the reincarnation of Elijah. So because resurrection, if we
But
do from the principle, within individual, there is transformation from the realm of Satan's dominion into the realm of God's dominion. But if you say reincarnation, it is two individuals, di ba? The past and the present, who have the same mission. And this other one cooperate with the present one to fulfill his unfinished mission. So we can say that he is the reincarnation of
Can you explain kuya about the returning resurrection?
cooperation. Yeah,
About based
cooperation
on
of
Elijah and John the Baptist.
no, the other one is cooperation to also the same having the same benefit to be resurrected. So process, yeah, there is process for resurrection. But here we are talking about mission, fulfilling of one's unfulfilled mission. So if resurrection,
but
that
then,
is
Kuya, the mission of John the Baptist was fulfilled by Jesus Christ, and he become victorious through the spiritual through the spiritual salvation, di ba?
yeah. They are not talking
Di
about it.
ba? Yun yun.
We are just talking reincarnation. That John the Baptist's body was used by Elijah to fulfill his unfinished mission. That's why
But
when the disciple asked Jesus, "Who is Elijah?" and he said, "The prophesied coming of Elijah was realized in none other than John the Baptist."
Kaya pumasok ba yung spirit ni Elijah, yung spirit ni Elijah sa loob ng body ni John the Baptist?
Yeah, he is using the body of John the
Using is
Baptist.
different, but
cooperate.
I think that's different.
yeah,
Getting inside the body,
but getting inside the
cooperating
body,
is not the same. I think that's
Oo,
totally different. I think we have a little misunderstanding on that aspect. I'm sorry to interrupt. Because
kasi
my
you cannot
understanding, when you say
have two souls in one
two
body.
spirits in within one body,
Should be one.
one,
Kaya
yeah,
ba
only
yun?
one spirit. Cooperating with that person, maybe, yeah, that's returning resurrection. But when you say reincarnation, it is in the Hinduism, when you're reincarnated,
The
that
same.
spirit has to occupy a different body. That
That
is the
same
concept
spirit.
of reincarnation.
The
The
same
same spirit cooperate,
No,
getting into a different body.
yes.
Say for example, from heroine body to Sylvia's body, that is reincarnated heroine spirit. That is the concept of reincarnation.
Ang reincarnation you cannot say that heroine's body to Sylvia's body. It is heroine's body enter into a different form, same soul. That's the
Same
point.
soul to a different body.
Same
Say for
soul.
example, heroine's body going to a cow.
Ganon. Ganon.
Yeah. And then resurrection is when you have to rise up with the same being, individual. Like
Kaya,
who you are, right?
Yun yung
But-
na-misunderstood ng meaning ng
Questions.
reincarnation ng ibang belief ng yeah. Na
Yeah,
hindi
the
No,
ito
spiritual
yung
no.
belief.
cooperation has been
Pero
misinterpreted as reincarnation.
yes.
Yeah.
Kaya minsan, di ba,
But it
yung
is
We
returning
will wait
resurrection.
for
Cooperating means returning
Randy for his comments on that.
nasa ano na tayo? Section 5. Ay, chapter 5.
Hindi, maganda to, maklear natin.
Before we'll proceed with that, meron ako share na screen. Ito yung purpose of every creation. Based on the cycle. So energy is purpose for the existence of particles, particles for the existence of atoms, atoms for molecules, molecules for matters, matters for the whole universe, and then universe for the whole human being. And then human being is for God. So lower form of creation, all other creation aside from human being, ang pinaka-purpose nila is to satisfy and for the maintenance and existence of human beings so that human being can live for the sake of, for the purpose of a God, completing its purpose. So, yung mga sinasabi nyo kanina na regarding the purpose, yeah, lahat is, whether we like it or not, everything exists for the purpose of lower things exist for the purpose of complex being. And how it can be done? It is either to maintain the life of a higher being or to become the fundamental composition of the complex being. Kaya kung titignan natin, as a human being, as the highest form of creation, lahat ng nasa baba natin is, ang pinaka-purpose nila is to live for the sake of us. Katulad din natin, ang pinaka-purpose natin is to live for the sake of God as the image. And all symbols is created for the purpose of the maintenance of existence of the image, and at the same time, in order for the image to really experience joy and happiness. Katulad din ni God. Okay. So that is with regards to the question of the purpose of the lower form of creation. Kaya nga kung titignan natin, di ba? Once we are satisfied with the things around us, like for example with the food, pag na-satisfy tayo sa food, naging masaya tayo sa food, ang whole body natin is will become happy, and at the same time, na-elevate din yung spirit natin. Di ba? And pag sinabi natin na pag naging masaya tayo, naturally, we are also extending our happiness and then giving back our happiness to God because we are satisfied with the lower form of creation. So it's still the same na all creation, ang pinaka-purpose ng lower form of creation is to live for the sake of higher creation. And that is based on the principle, that is based on the, kung titignan natin yung based on level 12-hour lecture ng Divine Principle. Okay? And with regards to reincarnation, no? Reincarnation and resurrection. Ano bang inaano natin dito? Is it the practical example or the concept of both? Kasi we have to check muna ano ba talaga ang pinaka main ano natin.
Ang ano dito, sir, is what does it says based sa principle tsaka yung meaning niya outside the principle.
Kung titignan natin the concept of reincarnation and resurrection is the same yung pinaka main concept nun. But the process of understanding, it depends on what belief system we are following. Okay. Kaya nga, kung titignan mo sa even sa lecture, di ba? Resurrection is equivalent to restoration, and reincarnation is equivalent to restoration, and then equivalent also into resurrection. Kasi it talks about the concept. But the process of doing it, reincarnation, yun nga sinabi ko, depende sa belief system na i-follow mo. Pero ang pinaka main ano sa principal point of view is kaya nga yun yung kinaklarify niya na dapat isa lang yung way of understanding based on the principle of return of coming back to life. Kasi namatay tapos babalik. There are two ways of kung titignan natin based on our concept of resurrection or reincarnation, there are two ways of coming back. Right? Ano yun? It is going to a body of another person, and another one is influencing it, not occupying the body of another person. Tama ba?
So with regards doon kay John the Baptist, anong mo doon? Elijah? Anong masasabi mo doon? Is John the Baptist the reincarnation of Elijah?
Actually, reincarnation and resurrection of Elijah. Si John the Baptist. Bakit? Unang-una is, ano bang mission ni Elijah? It is to prepare the way for the Messiah. Right? Tama ba? And ano bang ginagawa ni John the Baptist? It is to pave the way for Jesus Christ to be recognized as the Messiah. Ayan. Pero kung ang nagtanong is ang iniisip niya is yung concept of Buddhism na reincarnation, na babalik yung spirit tapos papalitan yung spirit ni John the Baptist. Merong theological concept merong theological term about that. Aside from yung ano tawag nun? Yung nasaniban, possession or meron pa yung isang ano doon. Basta ganun 'yan. Pag possession kasi, yun yung i-kick out yung spirit mo, tapos pupunta yung another spirit sa katawan mo. Okay. So ibig sabihin, hindi yung spirit mo ang magko-command sa iyo, but the spirit kung sinong nag-possess sa iyo. Okay? And yan yung common na pinopronounce as the process of reincarnation or even resurrection in Christian theology. Pero pag yung another concept kasi ng reincarnation sa restoration, like for example, hindi ko i-possess ang katawan ni Herwin, but I am influencing the body of Herwin. I am influencing Herwin to practice my mission as a person when I am alive. And then nag-respond si Herwin, hindi ko kailangan i-possess, but yung victory ni Herwin, it will be benefit my victory. It will become also my victory. Kaya nga 'di ba sinasabi niya doon sa resurrection, sa returning resurrection, na it is influencing to either do good or overcome suffering in order for the spirit to be benefited. Okay. Kaya kung kukunin natin yung concept regarding resurrection, reincarnation, isa lang naman yung concept nun is, it is returning from death to life. Coming back to life. Pero yung process of way we understand it, dun na nagkakaiba. Kaya nga meron tayong, commonly yan yung common debate. Especially pagka nagkasama ang Muslims, ang Hindu at sa Christian kasi sila yung merong strong presentation regarding reincarnation because of the attainment of nirvana. Na pag namatay ka, hindi lang naman yung nandoon, kailangan mo pa rin bumalik para sa ganun ma-close mo yung mga unfulfilled responsibility mo. And the way they presented is you have to come back either to a human form or into an animal form. Yun yung sinasabi. And in Christianity naman, ang lagi sinasabi, pag sinabing bumalik ka dito, it is more on influencing to do something in accordance to the current, sabi na natin current providence, current era. The need of the current time to respond towards God's purpose and God's calling. So in short, ibig sabihin, yung concept ng resurrection saka reincarnation is the same, but the process is dependent on the belief system. Na yun yung kinaklarify ng divine principle. Na hindi dapat depende sa belief system, but we should go back towards the original concept of liberating the spirit who died long time ago through our action together, responding to God's calling with the influence of the Spirit that is either supporting us or guiding us to be connected to the Messiah. Adyo? Kasi kung kukunin natin yung different views without going towards a principle way of presenting it, talagang we will be divided into two different views kasi we are following two concepts. Okay, either kung anong belief system ang ifa-follow mo, kung anong belief system ang i-carry mo. Kaya nga sinasabi niya even in Google is pag i-search mo siya is it is a different belief system pag sinabi nating reincarnation saka resurrection. Okay. Depende kung anong belief system, pero ang concept, iisa lang yung concept. It is returning, coming back from death to life. Okay?
Right. So, it's clear. Yun ang problema sa iba't ibang belief. Kahit yung purgatory ng Catholic, di ba, yung purgatory sila. And we have also yung sa divine principle, parang ano ba yun? Form spirit, or below form spirit, between heaven and hell and paradise, parang ganyan.
Yung iba't ibang level ng spiritual world na sinasabi natin.
We cannot say that they're wrong, but kasi that is the concept of the Catholic, di ba? Kaya in order to have this common understanding, we have to agree with them. And to connect that in the principle, parang sa form spirit pa sila.
I-clarify yung basic concept para sa ganun magkaroon ng unification.
Hindi sila hindi sila naniniwala ng purgatory. We believe that it's parang iba lang yung pangalan. From spirit na parang ganun. All right. So any question? And Selva nag-raise ng hand. Yes, te. You are muted, te. Buti na nakita mo yung sir, yung PowerPoint 7 hours. Pala nabasa yun. Nabasa ko na yun eh.
Tuloy nung nagdi-discuss kayo, hinahanap ko na para ma-clear out natin yun eh.
Kalimutan ko.
Kasi yan yung paborito kong i-present before.
Ano yun sir?
Sa 12 hours.
For purpose of creation pa rin?
Oo.
Sa purpose of creation pa rin pala yun. At least, yung sagot ko kanina, parang understanding ko lang yun. Pero, yun pala yun. Okay. So, dito pala.
Sa four position foundation yun na ano, yung circular motion and union.
Ano po siya?
Kuya,
Ano siya,
sorry
sir?
ha, Kuya Herwin.
Yes, te.
Sorry, nag-raise po ng hand kanina kasi nga doon sa returning resurrection at saka yung reincarnation. Pero tapos na po.
Okay. Sa ano siya, sir? Section 2.
Section 2 dun sa for universal prime energy. Kasi it talks about the circular motion, maintenance and continuation of circular motion to support each other. Kaya sa purpose of creation, it just talk about human purpose kasi dun sa
Pero ng section 2, andun na.
section 2, ando doon na yung bakit kinakailangan natin ng lower form of creation. Kaya nga, yung 6th day of creation, God started from the smallest going to the complex. Para sa ganun to sustain, na pagdating ng complex, makasurvive siya because of the presence of the lower form of creation.
And that is yung tinatawag natin ecosystem. They're living.
Yung mga concept na man doesn't live by ano tawag nun? Yung symbiotic relationship ng human being in the rest of creation. Now we cannot live without the rest of creation. The rest of creation cannot live without us as well.
And even the creation itself cannot live without each other.
Yeah.
Scientifically, may explanation na. So, meron din sa, divine principle. Religious.
Usually kasi, if you will separate religion and science, parang walang relation yung concept na yon. Pero in terms of kasi yung totality of human being, most especially in the kaya nga yun yung beauty ng principle kasi it unifies religious concept and scientific concept together. So it will not react towards each other but it support each other. Na ang laging ginagawa ng religion and science is they tend to react towards the concept of each other. Tapos ang reaction is more on separation of the concept of religion and science. Kaya nga kanina, di ba, sa presentation kanina as a Cain and Abel, it is important that opinion and our concept should be unified, universal. Hindi dapat yung concept ko is for me to be separated from you, but for us to work together, to unify together.
Okay. Dapat goal.
Kaya when we answer questions din, it is to how we can connect them towards the right perspective and unified perspective. Hindi yung it will create more division. Kasi pag debate kasi usually, it will create division eh.
They are trying to prove that they are right.
Yeah.
Hanggang sa yun.
Pero kung titignan mo naman, both of them, they have a point that they should be unified on a specific unified concept na it will satisfy both concept. So yun actually yung ginagawa yun yung sinasabi sa atin ng principle.
Kaya napaka-systematic yung principle. Sabi ng study. Most systematic way of presenting theology.
Theological controversies and even scientific limitation. Yun yung inaan. So any other question?
Clear na? Clear na lahat?
Amazing. Just amazing.
Marami pa yung ano eh. Isa sa point ng purpose of creation is yung another point is yung individual and whole purpose. Kasi yun nga, ideally, hindi natin, I don't know, but I think I will answer this based on my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. Sabi kasi dun sa ideal, sabi ko nga, in God's ideal, there cannot be any individual purpose which does not support the whole purpose, nor can there be any whole purpose that does not guarantee the rest of the individual. So,
Parang na-answer na doon sa katang kanina kuya, symbiotic
Symbiotic relationship.
Okay, symbiotic relationship.
but let's talk about human beings kasi symbiotic is laws. That is laws. But in terms of human beings, responsibility. Meron tayong tinatawag na responsibility. So, yung individual tsaka whole purpose, hindi sa tao. Kaya, my point here is,
There's a human being that is what we call coexistence. Coexistence. Even in the different parts of the body, they should coexist together. Kaya nga even yung mga, di ba, eyes, nose, ears, mouth, even anus, they coexist together.
So, ang point dito, sir, is the importance of taking responsibility, fulfilling your own portion of responsibility for you to contribute for the whole purpose. They are minsan na misunderstand. May mga, I've heard this from the leaders that prioritizing like, I'm not saying they're wrong, but they should also say that love yourself. Actually, na-discuss in sa Hondo. Love yourself for you to, loving yourself is fulfilling your portion of responsibility para makapagbigay ka pa ng malaking ambag ng mga pagtulong ka pa for the whole purpose. And then, yun, na-emphasize yung sa I hope everybody attended the Hondoke with the national leader. Na-emphasize yun, and pinakita mismo yung si Father mismo ang nagsabi na love yourself. Presentation mismo. And mga ibang members na shocked, they're shocked actually, na first time they heard from Father, loving yourself. And Father emphasizes there that the goal of this one is for the whole purpose. Yeah, you're doing it individually, but you're thinking it for the whole purpose. And doing the whole purpose automatically supports the individual. So I'm trying to say this is balance between the individual and the whole purpose. Kaya lahat ng, if you want to become successful in life, because your purpose is to support for the providence. If you want to become a doctor because yung goal mo is to support for the providence, that is good. Kasi some of the leaders, makinig man sila ngayon, kasi this is live, some of the leaders discourage other members
Sabi mo,
study. Depends sa era. Kasi before, di ba, nag-sacrifice yung pag-aaral niyo. Kasi ang era before, di ba, era ngayon.
It's different.
Yeah.
Totally different.
I understood kung bakit you sacrifice your study before. But it is not acceptable for me. This is my understanding. It is not acceptable for me to sacrifice our studies now just to continue the province. Kasi it is better if lahat ng young member, magiging doctor in the future, magiging professional in the future, because it helps the providence to advance more. So, yung individual purpose at whole purpose, kailangan silang magsama. Hindi lang yung lagi yung whole purpose. Automatic kasi yung whole purpose, pag if you're thinking whole purpose, automatic sa individual. But if you're thinking individual, it is not wrong. As long as thinking your mind for the whole point.
Kuya
Just
Herwin.
like
The point.
yeah. Just like true father saying, take care of yourself so that
Yeah.
you'll be healthy in doing your mission.
Yeah,
Kasi pag sickly ka, di ba? Burden ka, hindi ka asset sa movement.
hindi ka pabigat
Just
kaya.
like that. Pabigat ka lang, hindi ka na asset. So parang ganun lang yan eh.
Yes.
Kuya Herwin, point of view ko lang din naman to. Pero yung loving oneself does not come automatically po eh. Una, kasi in the purpose of creation, yun bang individual yung 3 great blessings, di po ba? I just reflected that mga few days ago na, yeah, I remember Kuya Randy saying na in the individual perfection of the 4 position foundation, dapat din makita din yung 3 great blessing. To me, yung sinasabi natin na love of oneself is secondary na yun. It is my own point of view. First, it has, katulad nung lahat ng existence ng, say for example, in the individual, scientific kunyari to, yung existence ng ears, ng eyes, ng stomach, ng lahat ng organs ng body natin, coexist for the sake of the whole. Yun, di ba po ba? Pero each has to be aware. Ang sa tao kasi, dapat magkaroon muna tayo ng full awareness of its function ng bawat organ for it to be able to complement. Meron tayong, binigyan tayo ng ganong capacity or intellect for us to be aware for all of this. And then, yun yung first blessing on the individual level. So, awareness of God in ourselves. Kaya kailangan natin maintindihan si God. And then, after that one, yun yung intellect, yung intellectual level ng understanding niya. Yung second level sa individual process, yun yung resonating with the heart of God. Because if you are aware with God, magkaroon ka na ng inheritance of inheriting His heart. Maintindihan mo na siya as a being. And then, yun yung second blessing sa individual position foundation. And then, yung mastery over oneself, yun yung third blessing, yung dominion over ourselves. Mastery na natin, yun yung third blessing in the individual perfection. Kaya, saka lang natin yun doon mag-a-apply yung ating existence na magko-contribute towards the greater purpose. Kaya siguro sinabi ni Spiritual Father na you have to love yourself. Love yourself, parang nakakagulat. Pero maybe siguro dahil nga, hearing that reflection of one of our elders, si Gon yata yun from Iloilo, something like that, na nakakagulat. Siguro dahil iba-iba yung ating pagkakaunawa sa presence ni God in ourselves, especially in the realization of the 4 position foundation. I'm not saying this na dahil because I have perfected that, I have understood it fully. It's just a reflection na yung sinasabi ni True Father na loving oneself has to actually mangyayari yon, not centering on ourselves actually. Minsan kasi misinterpret niya yung ating intindi sa denial of oneself. It is yung siguro sa old concept nung depende doon sa experience ng bawat member dito sa movement. But reality, matagal na yan sinabi ni True Father, hindi lang natin masyado naiintindihan. Kaya hindi natin dapat i-take literally. Katulad ng sinabi ni Kuya, taking good care of yourself is a form of loving oneself. Pero loving oneself doesn't mean na physical lang siya because it involves souls, emotional, and the spiritual aspect. Katulad ng existence natin, yung connectivity natin kay God, that's loving oneself. Kasi hindi tayo makaka-inherit ng lahat ng sensibility ni Heavenly Prince without understanding first His presence in us. And with understanding or inheriting His heart in us. And then finally, if we can master ourselves through these 2 basic things that we need to understand, is a form and expression of loving of oneself for us to become effective for the greater purpose. So para din yung parang yung dayo ito yung sinabi ni Kuya Randy kanina na yung lower purpose kaya magsi-serve siya for the higher purpose. So kung ma-achieve natin yung tatlong perfection na yun, ay yung level of understanding of God, saka lang tayo magiging effective doon for a greater purpose. Parang ganun. Kaya, awan ko, parang, yun na, yung realization ko na, hindi, minsan kasi pag sabi natin na loving oneself, automatic minsan, nagiging, lang siya, nagiging literal siya. Parang nagiging physical lang siya. Pero we should not neglect na yung loving oneself includes both spiritual and physical. I think so, parang ganun.
Kaya nga ang pinaka main connecting point ng dalawang yun, individual purpose saka whole purpose is what's the purpose why you are doing things individually and how does it support yung holistic purpose. Okay. Like for example, ang pinaka niyan is why do we need to eat even we are in the mission?
So that I can have strength to do my mission.
Diba? And it is to maintain our physical body to continue supporting the whole purpose. So yun yung pinaka-original na kaya nga laging sinasabi before na deny yourself, self-denial. Okay. Ano ba yung concept ng self-denial na yun? Hindi naman ibig sabihin na pabayaan mo ng sarili mo eh. Okay. Ang sinasabi nun is maintain yourself in order for you to help more people.
How do you explain sa situation nyo dati that you was even sacrifice your study just to support the family?
Nagiging kasing, yung iba kasi nagiging extreme yung self-denial na pagkakaintindi nila. Which is even before, hindi naman talaga, yun.
Even father said that one.
Ano yung
During the time kasi ng pagka pioneering point, talagang you should be ready to respond kung ano yung need, and at the same time yung personal mo is yun yung talagang hindi mo naman siya totally na i-deny na kalimutan yon. Kasi hindi naman forever yung pag-respond mo during the time. Like for example, isang
at the moment.
Parang ano mo muna. Kunin natin si Father as an example. Nung tinanggap ni Father ang mission niya to become the Messiah, meron siyang ang goal niya is magkaroon ng 5 doctorate degree in different form of knowledge. Pero anong ginawa niya? Hindi niya yun yung naging priority niya, but naging priority niya yung fulfillment of building or yung magkapag-create ng pattern for humankind para sa ganun magkaroon ng way for people to be connected to God. And dahil sinet aside niya muna yon, what had happened? Yung degree na gusto niya, he was able to get it along the way. Okay? So, ibig sabihin, hindi naman ang pag sinabi kasi nating individual purpose, lagi nating iniisip na parang nakasentro na lang sa akin. Pero hindi ganoon eh. How we can think of anong priority natin for the moment, and then how can we achieve that in the future? Okay.
Prioritizing things at the moment kung na kailangan. You have to leave your study just for now. Just later na lang kasi
setting aside actually.
How
Being aside for a
kumbaga
while.
how you will organize yourself na ang ano naman kasi kung titingnan natin ang education naman you can do it anytime. Pero etong gagawin mo na to one time lang to mangyari. Parang ganun ba? Yung ganung situation. Okay? Na pag hindi mo magawa ngayon, hindi na maulit tong era na to.
You will not have another opportunity.
Parang yung sinasabi din ni Juan, sinasabi din ni Andres Bonifacio na yung paborito kong line niya na kung hindi tayo, sino? Kung hindi ngayon, kailan? Na pwede naman nating i-sacrifice muna yung mga personal interests natin sa ngayon for the sake of giving opportunity for other people to be liberated more than our own individual liberation.
So, let me clarify my answer. I think so. Parang ang conclusion ko doon is I will admit that my answer is not enough. Kasi I realize also you can even sacrifice your study now. It depends how you are going to manage yourself. So yun. It's still possible. So kung i-change ko yung sagot ko, so it's better to clarify these things. If I'm going to sacrifice myself, that is okay if that is okay for me. And then, kung sa situation din, kung kailangan ko mag-give up, mga ganun. Depende talaga siya. Pero generally, parang sa ngayong era, parang pwede ka pa mag-sacrifice sa study mo, but yung in some maybe ibang tao, depende sa situation. But kung iano mo siya, in general, parang 80% supposed to be all the young people should fulfill their studies.
Kumbaga po yan.
First, parang ganun. So,
Actually, sa panahon ngayon, in order to elevate yung standard ng the way we approach things, we needed to level up. Kaya nga even si Father, pinabalik niya lahat ng mga elders na mag-aral ulit para sa ganun maka-cope up sa current situation and how to really how to become to have a credibility in front of the people.
Yeah.
Yun yung ano.
So, it's still okay pa rin, pero mas maganda yung professional mga members natin in the next 5 years, mga ganun.
Hindi na siya kailangan sa era ngayon, Kuya. Sa totoo lang. Hindi na siya kailangan. Kasi tulad ng sinabi ni Kuya.
Just to balance the answer te. Kasi di ba ma-interpret din. But just to balance, pwede pa rin siya, but as much as possible, we have to finish your studies. And big up for the problem. Pero,
and also, we have to consider yung lalo sa ngayon, di ba? We needed to go back sa mga youth. They needed to study. Why? Because they needed to establish a pattern, or they have to influence the environment that they have.
I remember sa sagot ni Dr. Kittel, how can we educate how can we educate those people sa labas? Sabi niya,
yung practical way of educating people.
Educating people does not it needs different dimension. Like for example, sa education, may tao doon. Politics, meron din may educate. Hindi siya parang one base lang. Parang ganun yung sinabi niya, different dimension. But first and foremost,
pag binuang biya.
Unang-una.
Kung magbagsak ka din na, unsaon tamang kama, tang taka.
Actually, ang sinasabi niya doon is different people, different approach.
Yeah, different approach.
Yun yung ano niya. Kaya iba't iba rin yung way of restoration ng bawat tao, depende kung sa anong status niya sa society, anong level, nasaan siya sa society. Kaya iba-iba rin dapat, hindi yung para-pareho, hindi lang iisa ang gagamitin.
Kaya pag ma-conclude natin yun, importante talaga if we work together with different departments, we work together in educating those people.
Tama.
Ang maganda lang, ang dapat lang is we have to have an absolute what kind of education that we're giving to them. So that, pare-pareho din yung so, since pareho lang naman, divine principle, and then those other things.
Application, kumbaga,
we needed parang yung ma-remember mo yung laging pagka magkakasama tayo kina Doc V. Na we always represent three different organization working together. But isa lang yung concept na dinadala natin. Ayun yung lagi yung actually that is the model na na yun yung sinasabi ni Dr. Kittel na different ways na alam mo si Doc V as a medical, so siya yung bigyan mo siya ng authority to take charge to educate yung medical field. Tapos sa mga teachers, dapat meron ding certain person that is expert in that field na siya mag-educate. Tapos kung saan sila magko-connect is walang iba kundi yung principal. Yan. Pero yung dapat magbigay ng principal, hindi siya pupunta into one dimension, but ibibigay niya yung pinaka main core concept ng principal. Kasi dito naibigay na
sa iba't ibang
naibigay na sa iba't ibang form of knowledge yung initial presentation ng principle. Pero dito is how we can convene everything to be into one so that all of them will gear towards one goal and one purpose.
Yung pinaka-importante sir, yung pinaka-root sa taas.
Yeah. Kaya nga kung titignan mo, pagkakausap ni Father yung mga scientists, isa lang naman yung binibigay niya yung laman ng speech niya. Talking about God, even to politician talking about God. Na ang pinakaano niya is lahat kayo na-educate na kayo ng mga members sa field about the concept of God centering the principle. Kaya dapat naintindihan niyo na kung ano yung pinaka-goal ni God. Kaya yun na lang yung binibigay ni Father sa kanila. So tayo rin as dapat ganoon din tayo. Kaya nga importante yung sa education department, hindi niya pipigilan ang per department to give their way of presenting the principle. Dapat siya yung mag-unify doon.
Unify them and
to make them as one na And that's the purpose. Kaya hindi siya separate sa iba't ibang department. Ngunit siya talaga yung pinaka-main head ng iba't ibang department. Kaya dapat it should support na Kasi sabi nga natin, there are many ways in killing a chicken. Pero yung concept of killing a chicken, isa lang naman. Okay, papatayin mo pa rin. Kahit di ba man yung paraan, mamamatay pa rin yung chicken.
Unahin mo pa yung paa. Pakpak.
Pwede ni mo tungaon ritso.
Grabe, brutal na.
Kuya Randy, speaking of.
Yes, pa.
Kausap ko si Papa kanina, kaya kasi actually dalawang araw na kami kasama, and then ngayon ay kanina lang pala sila na tauran og internet. Kaya it is already clear to her and to Ate Grace that she will be meeting you sometime soon. Tomorrow magkasama po kami to her area sa San Simon for our kaya tanahon ocular ika nga sa farm. And then
picturean mo te.
Yeah, will ko. And nakakatawa dahil actually sabi niya, kasi gumagawa sila ng foundation. Sabi niya, Silvia, sama na kita dito. Sabi siya, shock ako kasi hindi naman yun ang linya ko. Tapos sabi, ikaw yung gusto ko kasama tayong dalawa. Siya daw yung parang ako yung maging sa operation mag-oversee. So sabi ko, you really need to meet Kuya Randy. And I make very clear to Ate Grace na because actually Kuya, meron kaming ginagawa na marag SWGA ba to? With the region sa DSWG's region. Kasama yun sa PR namin. And gusto niya na i-furnace ko pala sa pag natapos na yung ginagawa namin, parang project proposal, para makita mo po kung where exactly are we going to. At saka alam mo paano himay-himayin yung, sorry kuya, parang binigyan kita ng direction. Hindi, alam lang kung paano ihimay or i-plaster yung ating education STEM to the different projects na ina-articulate niya na pwede natin gawin dun sa grassroots.
Yes.
At saka syempre, meron siyang very rich experience on the field as a social worker. Kaya parang nai-excite ako pero inaano ko lang, hino-hold back ko lang yung sarili ko kasi si ate minsan, kasi doon kami sa bahay ni ate, ganang marag not, ano siya ba? Pero te, it's very important to me since you really are very excited to meet us partner with her. Nga ako po, wala mang gubugo nag-joke-joke. Lahat ng idea, ma'am, does not come from me. It is really, ito yung mga basic na is from Kuya Randy. So, that's the reason why I really need to meet him sometime. So, yun, bukas siguro mapag-usapan po namin, Kuya, yung possible na time. Kaya, yun, binigyan ko na siya ng True Mother's Memoir and True Father's autobiography. May picture, hindi ko pa pala kay Ate Grace. Pero syempre kasama ko si Ate Grace doon sa bahay nila. We visited her. Yeah. They always keep on
yung
calling
utang ni
me.
Ate Relina, i-remind natin si Ate
Ay,
Relina.
oo nga pala, Ate. Pwedeng gawing joke. Bitaw kung ano yung heart mo. Kuya, wala pa akong pambayad ng half.
Well,
sa ating t-shirt.
Ano pa naman matagal pa naman yung ano nun.
Actually, na-pressure ako doon sa 1 week after. Sabi ko, my goodness, asan ba kasi magpapa?
Hindi, ano
anyway,
naman yun.
God is good. He is our, pero makahanap
2 weeks. Kailan yung arrival niya, te?
20? 18 to 20 daw po.
Anyway. Yun yung ETA lang pero hindi pa naman talaga ganun ka,
sige po.
Anyway, ako naman, I can talk with Jenny regarding that na.
Thank you po.
Kasi ang ang iniisip kasi nila doon sa yung pagpapaikot nung pagpapaikot.
Naintindihan ko po kuya talaga. I can feel that.
Ang nun is yung mga ibang mga gustong maghingi, gustong kumuha ng gustong mag-start through us. Pero tayo mga UPTA kasi tayo main stockholder. We can make an adjustment naman.
Actually pala kuya, natawa ako dahil I had made it very clear to them na this is our, kahit sa asawa ni Kuya Edmond na I am going to have this as our fundraising sa OPTA. And siya, oh wow, amazing. So, anyway, yan yung mga mga maliit na dahan-dahan natin ginagawa para meron naman tayong kaunting yan. I'm just excited and happy to
lang tayo, te. Secret lang muna tayo.
Kaya nga,
we're
very
secret
tayo.
Yung jacket na pala, ready na lahat. Lahat ng mga jacket na mga it's now ready and we have just nakuha na kanina. So, ano ba yung schedule ko bukas?
How much yung jacket?
1,000 po.
Kuya Randy, kailan pala yung possible na available time mo po para maibigay ko kay Ma'am Ann that she will also give time for you to meet. And sinabi ko na sa niya, it's going to be a deepening of your understanding about kasi inspired siya ng Chonbo, di ba siya, sabi nga niya sa akin, you know what Sylvia, I already started reading the book of True Mother. Sabi ko,
Ah,
kanina, nung
ano muna
hapon.
natin, pwedeng, muna, kumbaga, yung initial meeting muna para we can discuss yung weekend
Sige po.
set schedule. Kaya, pwedeng,
Yung available po kayo.
anytime naman, pwede mo ako sabihan, tapos we can set yung, magpa-create tayo ng room kay Herwin. Tapos after that, we can set yung regular schedule niya ng DP Education.
Sige po. Sige
Kumbaga,
po.
magkaroon muna ng initial meeting muna, tapos parang getting to know each other. And then after noon, yun na yung, actually inisip ko nga rin, pwede na during the time, pwede na mag-present ng introduction sa kanya ng principal.
Kasi kuya, siya po, yung more on, syempre, social worker siya eh. She was very eager to know yung ating rules formation, yung paano ba natin, character education, paano natin i-strengthen ng family. Naka-receive na siya ng blessing, pero void na siya. So, hindi po ganun kadip kasi siya nga DIP. Tapos, pero she is suggesting to ate. And ate is medyo, although nag-lecture na si ate sa kanya, pero yung siguro five principles of peace, yung ganon. So ako kasi very straightforward. Minsan kung ano yung naisip ko, sinishare ko sa kanya how important yung time na ito, ganon. Kasi nga, ayun, I think I have mentioned na sabi niya, kung na-meet ko niya ang movement 2 years ago, baka, sinabi ko sa baka hindi mo kami papansinin, ma'am, because you're too busy. And everything yung external preparation mo is just for this time, sabi ko ganun. Pero I have not introduced to her yet yung for spices natin. But she is very eager to, kaya iniimbitahan niya kami na pumunta doon para makita ko daw yung 3 hectares na paano natin i-allocate in a different paano natin i-arrange kung halimbawa ay kung herb ba to, orchard ba to, may kaunting tilapia dyan o yan. Parang ganun yung gusto niyang sabihin. So, definitely tomorrow actually we will be having breakfast basta hindi lang mag-ulan, mag-adto mi dito. 5 o'clock daw mi, kami dito daw mi magtindok eh. Ay go. Ambot sa katinod sana, dili mag-ulan.
Picturean mo lang tayo para makita yung tapos tignan natin. Maganda nga sana kung medyo sloppy siya kasi yung magandang thumbnail. Tapos facing the sun, yung slope niya. Halimbawa yung medyo pa ganun siya, tapos dito yung sun.
Maganda yan.
Yan.
Alam ko.
Tapos dun sa baba nun, halimbawa may pwedeng gawing fish pond doon.
Meron kasi daw source of water, yun sinabi niya. So I think mag-ikot po kami tomorrow. Titingnan talaga ang area. Kasi sabi niya, actually pinalinisan niya, parang pinawidingan niya. Yung 3 hectares na yun para makita daw namin yung terrain para ma-appreciate niya. So sabi niya, we will select a place for us to put the cottage. Sabi niya, kaya sabi niya, tomorrow we will eat the date.
Parang iniisip niya is farm resort, parang gano'n ang
Actually, kuya, hindi niya naisip yon. I was telling her, kasi I am really pushing to them the organic farming. Because yun yung ina-articulate ko sa kanya na this is the only way, small, simple, but feasible way for Central Bus families to alleviate their own backyard to become production and a good source, locally produced, safe
product,
supply food supply, sabi ko gano'n. Pero kailangan na pag-aralan. Pero kung malaki na, sabi ko, we can make it as a learning site something. Sabi niya, sige, alam mo ano mag-connect mga agents. Sabi ko, pero hindi naman yun automatic. Sabi ko, ma'am, because it's really very tedious to do organic farming. So we have to have the understanding and concept. And then, so, yun, i-meet mo yung si Kuya Randy, sabi ko, meron siyang propose. Hindi ko naman na-calculate yung for natin na basic spicy kuya. To nahipa. Pero na-discuss sa importance ng bakit kailangan yung for example, yung ginger, bakit kailangan yung
bawang,
yung
sibuyas,
paminta. And then sabi ko, parang natural repellent to. If you're going to say mag-develop ka ng kaunting vegetable garden, this actually natural repellent toothpaste ko. Talaga. Hindi makakakuha na raw parang sa gum. Sabi niya, Davao sa ang yan naman. Sabi, yun naman, di ko alam gaano. Sabi niya, she's actually very reluctant po. Pero yun, excited ako doon kung paano natin ma-educate. Pero alam ko, kuya, she help. Kasi na-mention ako niya to her 0 to 3 years old education, the to 6 years, the 6 to 10, gano'n. Sabi nga, may that kind of show. And then, yung sa question sa bilasing, yung family strengthening, renewal of vows. Actually, kauban na sa ko sa gihimo mga project nga identify I can initially share to you, hindi pa man complete kasi yung ano namin. Pero hindi ko sinabi na kayo. Yung nawa niya kaya secretary, just followed. Ikaw day ang mag-ano kasi mas tigulang. Ikaw day ang mag-iod. Pero nain ko si Bia, si yun, ano naman. Just kulot. Ganun ang nangyari. Pero, yeah, I will definitely be sharing it to you. Kung nasa lang ako ma-educate siya kasi very open-ended. Sabi niya, hindi siya yung conventional Christian giver. Pero parang 70s ba? Pastor yata husband niya before yung gano'n. Yun yung ano niya. And lang, sorry namin na ano na, yun na, dear nag-excited po to tell the court.
So yun any next week naman is ang pinaka-busy ko lang na araw is Thursday. Kasi bibisitahin namin yung foreclosed na rent doon na nasa gilid ng daanan na maraming tao. And i-visit namin, titignan namin, ocular visit para sa expansion ng ano natin.
Rains.
Tapos isa rin yun is kung mag-materialize yun, yung mga blessed family na nagrerenta na ng yung mga doble yung rentahan at gusto nila doon, we can develop that place as a dwelling place sa kanila na.
Saan yun, sir?
Sa Palmera sa Palmera sa San Jose del Monte. Meron siyang Palmera Cubao na mga sakyan Parang yung sa San Francisco din. San Francisco Cubao na Hindi ko lang alam kung malapit din yun sa terminal ng doon.
Paling naman.
So yun yung titignan namin sa sa Thursday. 18 ba yun?
Nakakatuwa lang.
Ayun, 18. Tapos sa Monday din, meeting, magmi-meet kami ni John Robert, yung NCR regional leader para doon sa sa store natin doon. Kasi nakuha na namin ni Herwin yung burger pan pag maggawa ka ng burger. So, at saka merong ice crusher kaya pwedeng yun yung initial na gagamitin nila doon para sa mga merienda. And then pag dumating yung loan ko, yun na yung pambili ng mga tuna product para dalhin doon sa start with tuna burger and tuna siomai. So we can start with tapos kausapin ko sila na mag-start mag-ano sila ng kimchi tuna burger. Para kakaiba yung ano natin.
I'll take yung taste.
Wow.
So, yun yung yun yung tapos that's Monday. And Tuesday, Wednesday actually yung blessing seminar pero mostly sa mga nagre-request ng blessing seminar parang sina Herwin is yung asawa yung wife ni Herwin is Saturday, Sunday lang available. Kaya we are thinking na moving it to Saturday, Sunday para yung mga talaga they can join.
Wow. Kuya Hervin, we prepare na our family, no?
Kaya yung bibilin na yung irentoon na bahay at lupa sa Palmera at saka San Francisco. That will be a kwan. We're eyeing na maging dun mag 3-day ceremony yung mga mag-start ng family.
Amazing.
Place for 3-day ceremony tapos
Para sa inyo, oy. Wow.
Tapos kung maano natin yung farm diyan sa Mindanao, pwede rin nating open yan sa
Kuya. We are also in the opportunity of linking to the vice governor who had formally endorsed and promoted us during the Rally of Hope kasi sila yung nag-require ng mga employees, register, and marami kami hindi alam sino ang mga pangalan, just below Region 10. Most of the kind of endorsement, including of the regional director, other regional office ng SWD. Yun, din silang, in fact, sa sunod naming pagbalik doon, they will submit to us the names of people who have registered. Funny. But it's really not our own doing, but it's kumbaga, siyempre, na-inspiration niya ng hindi naman sariling power lang ng tao yun. So, yeah, instrumental din si ma'am in that aspect. Kaya, yeah, marami pang gawin dito na mag-over naman talaga sa bawat isa. Manage, prioritize lang siguro. But we have to really the people kasi sila yung sa grassroots, sila yung makahabig ng command. May command of power, nga na ma-implement talaga. Especially sa legislation. Paano nila to i-support or ma-institutionalize para hindi na masyadong difficult. And then, itong sa DSWD, itong ginagawa namin na tanggad sa pusal. So, hindi madali. Din naman ito, bagong-bago to sa akin, kuya eh. Hindi ako marunong sa pagkulang.
Sir Randy, yung bahay namin, matagal ko nang ino-offer yun sa highway sa Isabela. Matagal kong ino-offer yun kila Dexter na pwede nilang gamitin yun. Siyempre kasi meron silang center talaga sa Kawayan, di ba? Hindi nila kailangan. Pero pwede naman kasi yung mga ibang nag-start ng family, pwede naman nila kasi gamitin sana yun. Kasi ang gusto lang naman talaga namin, kami siguro magkakapatid. Pero lang, napapagpag yung bahay, parang gano'n. Kasi umalis yung caretaker namin dun 2017 pa yata. Umalis siya.
So, parang abandoned house na siya, te?
Hindi naman, kasi may nilinisan pa rin naman siya yung na meron kaming nagpupunta doon para linisan. Meron kasing pinagawa mami ko doon sa may barrio na bahay din. Pero maliit lang siya. Pero yun yung napagkakatiwala ng caretaker. So, parang every Sunday, pinupuntahan nila para linisan, gano'n.
Kung hindi makuha ng center, pwede makuha ng center, di tayo nun. We will find a way that we can use it na lang. Tayo na lang. Under UPTA na lang siya.
Wow.
Para
tagal ko na yung sinasabi kasi dati pinalagyan na namin yun ng pero pina-stop namin kasi pinalagyan na namin siya ng pipe-in water. Yung nawasa, parang nawasa na. Pero meron doon na
may deep well doon, te.
May deep well kami. Meron kami yung ginagamit namin dati pa. So, yun. Pero pinalagyan na namin talaga siya ng ng tubig. Pinaputol ngayon kasi sabi nung caretaker, ma'am, sayang naman, sabi ganun, kasi wala namang gumagamit. Tapos baka kasi may iba pa ring nagtatap kasi lumaki daw yung lumaki yung bill niya. So, yun. Pinaputol muna niya kasi nasasayangan sila. Sabi naman sa local water district, madali naman siyang ikapit pag gusto.
Sige te, kung hindi ano yun ng center doon, pwedeng tayo na lang. Tapos, I can ask Kuya Jim to check si Kuya Jim Floria, tapos pwede tayo mag-ask sa kanya ng kung kinakailangan natin may tao doon na mag-stay, kung halimbawa kukunin natin yun as a paglalagyan natin ng bigas from Nueva Ecija, pwede rin ganun. Para sa ganun, we can have multiple market na
Pero kung paglalagyan mo siya ng bigas, kailangan may tao talaga kasi baka i-ransom siya. Kasi ilang beses, alam kasi nila na walang tao doon. Yung nandun sa unahan namin ngayon, mga kasi siya mga informal settlers na sila. Yung meron kasing dating daanan na yun, nagtayuhan ng mga ibang bahay, ng mga informal settlers. Pero nakasimento naman na yung mga bahay na yun. Pero hindi talaga sa kanila yun. Yun, hindi talaga sa Rino Mercedes yung mga nandoon, mga dayo yun. Merong iba na nandoon na rin, pero hindi talaga sa kanila yung lupa doon. Former settlers sila.
Sige te, ano natin, kasi kung taong kailangan natin, pwede naman tayo magpahanap kay Kuya Jim doon. Or magpahanap ng taga ron na Jim Floria, yung kasama ko dati, actually full-time din namin dati sa Tugigaraw yun. Yun yung unang pinag-practicean ko mag-lecture ng introduction. Tapos nagpunta siya ng
sila
national.
Dati?
Kilala mo natin Sylvia?
Ko dati. Jim Flo. Parang ang familiar yung name niya sa akin, pero hindi ko rin alam ko ano yung siya. Pero sayang kasi, sayang yung wala namang gumagamit.
Actually, kung tutuusin nga, pwedeng mag-expand ng center doon sa Reyna Mercedes. Kaso lang parang wala kasing tao din sa center. Sila halos lahat ng center dito sa norte, parang yung leader lang nandoon na Sige tayo, isama na natin yung sa plan natin sa UPTA. Kung matagal man ang sinabi, tapos di sila nagre-respond, sa atin na lang. We can, kung along the highway yun. Saan doon malapit sa may simbahan, sa Reyna Mercedes?
Hindi, dun sa may mobile line na di ba, Kawayan. Tapos, from Kawayan, siguro mga lang, 3 ilang kilometers.
Malapit doon sa boundary? Malapit sa boundary ng Kawayan sa
Malapit din sa may dalawang tulay. May isang tulay from yung Tagaran na tapos sa may tulay doon.
Ilang square meter yun, te?
Yung sa house namin, bali 600.
600 square meter. Tapos maluwag yung lawn niya. Nakabakod yun, te?
Yung tinatayuan ng bahay namin, hindi naman siya, wala naman, mga 100 lang siguro. ay 100 or less, hindi gano'n. Pero yung 300 yung sa may namin. Tapos meron kasing binili yung mami ko sa tabi niya na 300 din. Kaya bali 600. Sa harapan niya, extension yun sa harapan niya, pero hindi yun nga yung kalsada dati yun. Doon kami nagtatanim ng mga tinataniman namin yun dati. Nandoon kami. Pag aararuin yon, maraming lalabas na maraming tutubong saluyot doon. Maraming tutubong saluyot doon sa harapan. Kasi dati, doon yung lolo ko doon sa likod namin, doon siya nag-aalaga ng baboy.
So merong kulungan ng baboy doon, te? Doon na
wala na siya. Hindi pero nakabakod, may bakod talaga yung sa amin kasi may bumili doon sa may surrounding na yun eh. Doon sa likod, kaya nakabakod yun. Very, ang tawag doon, basta yung mga boundaries, okay, nandoon siya. Pero nakabakod yung sa amin, nakabakod talaga siya. Although sa harapan, hindi na siya kasi yun yung balak sanang gagawin ng brother ko noon na yun yung doon niya binabalak magtayo ng talyer dati eh. Kaya lang kasi, ginawa yung kalsada, ngayon, parang yung road widening, di ba? May ongoing ng road widening. Kaya hindi pa namin napapagawan balak sana namin papagawan talaga ng aayusin namin, pero tinigit na hanggang sa naabutan ng nag-road widening. So, hinintay muna namin matapos yung road widening kasi babakbakin din siya kung tatamaan ng road widening. Yung pala, sa kabila siya nila nag-widening, hindi dun sa amin. Sa kabilang side.
Actually, naghahanap kami ngayon ng di ba yung free range chicken sa nanumpisa namin sa Kawayan. Naghahanap kami ng almost 300 square meter na dun i-free range yung mga manok.
Yun nga, pwede yung sa 300 dun sa may namin. So, kung facing the highway, nasa right side siya. 300 kasi yung besides dun sa lote ng original na lote namin, may 300 pa na isa.
Ang requirements kasi ng agriculture is 100, minimum of 100 square meter. Pero ang tinatarget namin 300 square meter kasi yung doon kay Kuya Jim doon sa bahay nila 100 square meter na yung gagamitin namin doon eh. Doon na namin pinapakawalan yung mga manok. And we are looking na magkaroon ng expansion na.
Madali tayong, kung gusto mo ng pabakod, madali tayong magpabakod ng tao. Madali lang yun. Yun. Kasi, yun.
So, i-tie up project na lang natin, te. Tayo na lang nun.
Oo, para nagagamit siya.
Kausapin ko si Kuya Jim. Tapos, kung kasi bibili kami ng additional.
Hindi naman mangangamoy gaano ba karami. Let's say sa isang sa 100 square meters, ang tanong ko sa 100 square meter, gaano kadaming chicken ang i-free range mo doon?
1:1 yun eh. So almost 100 din sa 100 square meter. Pero ang naman, ang puro natural naman yung nila.
Hindi siya mangangamoy?
Hindi.
Sa
Hindi sila
tingin mo?
kakain kasi ng feeds na ano eh.
Kung ano, mas maluwang sa loob. Sa loob ng baryo. 1,400 yata yung nasa loob namin.
Ayun, mas ano yun.
Mga
Yung pugo na lang ilagay natin dun, te.
Ha?
Pugo. Meron kaya kaming
Pwede.
kuwan? Meron kaya kaming yung free range kasabay ng free range dun sa Buena Suerte, may pugo din 'yun. Kaya kung
Ang
pwede magano ng kuwan
ano doon,
ng
yung caretaker namin, may tinitirhan nila yung bahay ng mami ko. Pero maliit lang yon. Yung sabi ko nga nun sa mami ko nung para lang struggle kasi kami nung magkakapatid na nandoon siya lagi. Pag umuwi kami, mas nandoon siya sa baryo. Tapos tawag ko dun sa niya, ano yung CR niyo? Yung bahay niyo parang CR, sabi ko. Ganun ako kasalbahe. Maliit lang yung bahay na yon, pero yun. So, pero yung mas malaki siya, yung parang 1,400 yon. Alam ko dahil pinapasukat na namin and pinapatitlean kasi namin siya. Ongoing dapat nung 2018 pa yung pinapapatitlean na namin. Tapos pinapapangalan na namin sa aming magkakapatid. So, yun. Sayang kasi yung mga yun. Pero we don't like to give up those wala kaming magkakapatid, pare-pareho kami ng ayaw namin i-give up yung mga, wala kaming balak ipag-pili yung mga yan. Marami nagsasabi event na yan. We want to keep it.
Actually sa amin nga rin yung namin, yung family ancestral homes namin. Family lot namin. Yun din sa highway. Tapos merong 2 butas ready for gasoline station na pwedeng yun, nasa I think 9,000 square meter. Pero dahil sa dami namin, tig 300 square meter kami pagka i-divide yun sa aming magkakapatid.
Ayun, matagal ko nang pwedeng mas maluwag yun dun sa loob. Sa tawag doon, sa barrio.
I-check ko kung pwede nang pumunta doon na walang quarantine. Para kung mag-set tayo ng educational tour. UPTA tour ulit.
Sige.
Tapos magpakatay tayo ng manok doon sa Buena Suerte.
Meron pa kaming isa sa Lawag, 700 yon, highway din yon sa Riway. Nasa highway din siya ngayon kasi 1,400 yon, pero hati sila ng tita ko. Yun na lang yung isang halos bakante doon eh. Pero gusto ng tita ko ibenta yung kanya, yung 700. Ayaw namin yung ibenta, magkakapatid yung pero highway yun. Highway din yun, extension ng Lawag City. So, 700 yun.
Yung doon sa circumferential road?
Yan.
Yung sa circumferential road, yung doon sa may Malacanang of the North na daan?
Malacanang of the North? Hindi pa papuntang Paway yun.
Di ba merong kwan doon sa yung lalabas ng Mariano Marcos State University na na highway doon sa loob. Di ba meron yung Maharlika Highway, di ba, yung doon sa kwan? Tapos meron yung another road doon sa loob na papunta ng Lawag. Highway din yun kasi na
Hindi, papuntang Pasukin.
Palabas ng Lawag. Palabas siya ng Lawag pa north, pa norte.
Saan pa si- Ayun, hindi rin nagagamit yun. Sinasabi ng tita, isa kong tita, pinsan nila, second cousin nila na nila mami ko na may gusto daw bumili na gagawin daw, tawag doon, gasoline station nga. Tapos sabi ko, tita, yung tanungin niyo si tita, yung kapatid ng mami ko. Kasi kami, wala kami balak yung sa akin. Pero yun, sabi ko nga, kung may magkakaroon kami ng pera, papatayuan namin yun, gagawin namin Airbnb.
Parang basyo na tapos lagyan ng kwan.
Oo.
Yun naman yung ngayon eh. Pero ang pinakamaganda talaga kung ang pinakaano ngayon is yung leisure house na yung parang may kwan, may mga fruits and vegetable tapos pwede magbakasyon tapos doon magluto.
Yeah.
Yun yung mga ngayon eh.
Yeah, totoo yun.
Yun yung the best. Kasi lahat ng tao ngayon kailangan mag-refresh.
Oo nga. Yun yung, hindi ko namin alam kung ano gagawin dun sa Pero maganda rin siya na, kaya bigla ko nasabi, maghanap pala kayo ng pwede dun sa bahay namin Kasi matagal ko lang sinasabi pero hindi nga nila ako pinapansin. Hindi ako pinapansin.
So kung dito papansinin ka namin dito.
Yes.
Hindi lang priority yan, ate.
Dito sa UPTA, papansinin natin yan, te. Kasi kailangan natin ng
Source.
Sayang kasi yung mga ganun eh.
I-create tayo ng opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
Ang maganda kasi sa highway, may bahay yun. Tapos pinagawa ng mami ko yun bago Kasi nga, ayaw ng mami ko kasi sentimental value. Yun daw yung alaala ng daddy ko.
Wow.
Ganun talaga, no? Mga sentimental value ng mga... Sa amin nga rin parang nung nagkakainitan kayo magkakapatid, ibenta na lang. Di wala nang alaala si nanay sa si tatay. Biglang nagbago lahat. Pabakuran natin sa May, kaya pinaganda namin ngayong May, pabakuran yung buong perimeter. Kasi sayang kasi maraming mga puno, maraming tinanim na maraming fruit trees kasi doon. Saka yung ilan ba yun?
9,000 square meter.
Anim na puno ng nara pa lang doon. Pwedeng branch pa lang doon. Pang pwede nang ibenta yung branch. Pang flooring na yung pang tiles na nara.
Oh my God, meaning lalaki na.
Malalaki na siya, te. Yung mga nara doon is parang 2 tao nang yayakap na
Oh my God.
Tapos marami talaga siyang mga fruit trees. Mga Kasi yun ang ginawa ng father ko noon. Nagtanim siya na nagtanim para sabi niya, para pag magbakasyon kayo dito, meron kayong kakainin. Ngayon, wala naman kaming doon. Yung mga kapitbahay nakikinabang. Pati yung mga kakao nga doon, yung first class na kakao na yung kulay yellow at saka yung kulay maroon ng niya. Meron kami nun doon eh. Na pagka yung lasa nung niya yung sobrang tamis na parang may asukal.
Wow. Parang naglalaway ako. Grabe yun. Masarap ang tsokolate nun, kuya. Sarap.
Ted, ang tsokolate namin dati, nung buhay pa yung yung parents ko, doon nanggagaling eh. Sa harvest nila mismo. Kasi yun 4 na puno yun dati na
Namamatay din yun, kuya.
Dalawa na lang yata yung naiwan doon na
Di ba na-replant naman yun, sir?
Pwede po,
From the buto or from,
pwede kang mag-seedling doon sa niya, doon sa pinaka-buto niya mismo. Pwede kang mag-raise ng bagong doon.
Bad.
Pero nung
Bagong ano,
nung wala na kasi yung
sandali.
father ko, yung tumira doon na na pinatira namin na pinsan namin, libre na nga yung tirahan niya, hiningan pa kami ng pambili ng bombilya at saka pag may doon kami pa,
Grabe siya.
pati kuryente, ganyan,
Parang,
tubig kami na.
may,
Tapos
lupit.
nung umalis, kinuha yung motor doon sa may motor ng tubig. Sabi niya kulang pa to na bayad sa pag-stay namin. Libre na nga yung pag-stay tapos kami pa may utang.
Ang galing naman. Pwedeng magpa-adapt sa inyo, kuya. May ganun pala. Grabe yun, ha? Gusto ko yung ganun. Kaya, joke lang. Grabe.
Pag
Ang
mag-harvest nga
galing.
sila ng mag-harvest sila ng fruits doon, kulang yung mga 5,000 na mapagbentahan. Kaya tinatanong ko, saan napupunta kung wala namang, kung uwi kami dito, laging walang bunga yung mga prutas, ka-harvest lang. Saan napupunta na pagbentahan? Bakit hindi pa kayo sa amin ng
Kakatuwa. Sadyang ang tao lang, kuya, hindi madaling makontent. Pagka meron parating kulang, parang ganun.
Kaya ngayon, parang nag-over the bakod. Sabi ng isang kaibigan ng ate ko, nag-over the bakod daw siya doon. Siya nag-harvest sa mga
Masyado nakakaya sa kanya.
kami pa nga nahiyate kasi pati yung ref na nandoon, kinuha din niya eh. Sabi niya yun daw yung bayad sa kanila nag-stay sa bahay.
Maria Josep naman, oh. Galing. Parang gusto kong ganyan. Ano ba yan? Nakakatakot. Grabe talaga. Ang lakas naman din yan, no? Gusto ko yung confidence level niya. Ha?
Sobrahan nga yung confidence
Okay.
level niya. Sige, so
Kuya, nakakatawa. Grabe.
marami pa talaga tayong gagawin, no? Well,
Ang
isang
dami,
naman
kuya.
na pag-usapan namin ni
Ang
Ate
dami
Dulce,
malaman.
yung education ng mga young people against pornographic websites sa mga
Grabe yun, kuya. No?
how we can, kasi isa yun sa mga major cause of mga problem sa family ngayon. Kaya baka magkaroon kami ng meeting na pag-usapan namin ng upuan talaga namin with Tita Teresia Kittel yun.
Grabe.
Ang tinatarget ni Ate Dulce within this week or next week yung namin doon. Anyway, we'll think about that, how we can also, what we can do as a educator ng UPTA. Kasi tayo din naman magkakasama niyan eh. And sabi nga na Ate Dulce is yung lecture ng UPTA talagang kumbaga the way we present the principle is yung level ng presentation natin is not only lecturing but really educating to embody the principle. Kaya tuwang-tuwa si Ate Dulce sana. Kaya majority sa nag-attend sa yung 3 days Ate Sylvia is halos graduate natin lahat yun ng 21 days eh. From first batch to
nakikita ko din si
fourth batch.
Christine doon.
Grabe na nga yung mga umaattend din ng mga bata sa morning devotion, kahit halos kilala ko yung, sabi ko mga sa 21 days. Pag nag-i-scan ako pag sa morning devotion, nakikita ko sila, sila yung naka-attend.
Nakakatuwa ate, kasi yung nakikilala natin ba? Kahit hindi natin personal na nakikita pa
kasi kita natin yung yung mga pangalan nila, the same pa rin dun sa dati parang gano'n. Minsan hindi nila rin-rename yung pangalan nila. Tapos sabi ko, ala ko itong mga to.
Sila pa rin.
Nakakatuwa.
Kaya lalawak na yung natin, lalawak na yung scope natin.
Miss Bea, tayo palang Tayo ang introduction sa Monday na ba yun, sir? Ay, Monday. Ano ba yun? Monday
16.
Tuesday.
16 po ate. Ate Relina pala, thank you. Grabe naman to.
Alin po doon?
Ito to, yun yung for saving me. Actually, kuya, handle this time ate. Masakit pa rin yung eyes ko, pero hindi kasi sakit nung dati. Dahil nga siguro nagbababad pa rin. Ganito, wala tayong humpay na Nagkataon lang yun na sunod-sunod yung madaling araw naggising, gabing-gabi na, nandito pa rin. Aba, Diyos ko Lord, ang sakit-sakit ng eyes ko. Tapos patuloy pa rin yung meron tayong patuloy na 3 days, yung ganun. Diyos ko Lord, mahiya naman ako hindi ako sasali. Especially if it's daytime. Pagka nighttime, lalong masakit yung eyes ko.
BFP coordinator ka kasi ate. Kaya kailangan.
Kaya ayun, nakakahiya kay the parent talaga. Pero maraming salamat ate.
Walang anuman po.
So, pagpunta ko dyan, te, dapat may medical mission tayo. Oriental
Oo
medicine.
nga, kuya. Gusto ko matural, mas ayaw ko ng medicine na yung synthetic talaga po. Hindi ko masyadong na-appreciate.
Sige, so we needed to, so isa yung natin to look forward yung sa inyo, Ate Relina.
Yes po.
I-check ko muna kung kumusta na yung travel doon para we can really see. And then may pakita natin kay Kuya.
Magkano ang babayaran ko sa Yung apat? 400 times 1,600. 1,600. Yung...
Kuya Julius.
Ate, maraming salamat ha.
Punta kami ni Herwin dyan bukas. Dalhin yung jacket mo. Tulog na yata si Kuya Julius.
Nakakatuwa kayo kasi nandyan lang kayo sa malapit.
Kung malapit nga lang si Ma'am Marlene, pwede na puntahan
Oo nga, nakakatuwa kasi nandyan lang kayo sa isang island.
Palagi na lang nag-advertise si Sir Herwin ng kanyang mga t-shirt. Parang gusto ko yung lahat.
Ayun, suot niya ngayon, Teo. Tingnan mo yung suot niya ngayon. Nike.
Yung isang araw din.
Bukas, iba rin bukas daw.
Today na yan, te. 5 yung kinuha ko. So,
may kulay green ba, Sir Herwin?
Ang galing. I like that, kuya. It's really nice.
Punta ka sa HQ, te. Punta ka doon. Mamili ka doon sa doon lang naman sa store. Baka malito ka na pagpunta mo doon kasi iba na yung office.
Okay.
Punta ka doon, te, para makita mo na yung bagong office. Mas malaki na. Mas maganda na rin.
Okay.
Sige.
Tatanungin ko pa pala si Miss Jenny kung magkano na naman ang utang ko. Mag-graduate na tayo, hindi pa ako nakabayad.
Di pa ako kompleto ate.
Ako, hindi pa rin, wala pa. Pero nag-iisip pa talaga. Hindi naman yun hindi naman, hindi thank you yun talaga.
Matagal pa naman kay Ate Sylvia. Sila Ate Relina, 2 weeks from now, gagraduate na.
Uy, si Randy,
Maraming
yung utang na yun. Hala.
Maraming due and demandable na daw, ma'am.
Hala.
Due and demandable.
Ay, hindi babayaran. Babayaran ko yan, kuya. Si Randy, babayaran ko yan.
Kuya, it's our commitment to Heavenly Parents kasi para may condition talaga tayo. Ajo. Don't worry.
1 year naman po yun na
Susana,
sila Ate Relina
hindi
kasi
na.
ma'am pa-exit na sila sa pero hindi pa rin naman sila mawawala. Dito pa rin
Hindi
sila.
yan makaka-exit, kuya. Walang exit dito.
After ng 1 year, practical nila ng many years. Many years practical. So,
Yung OJT. No stopping.
Na. Sinabihan na naman ako ni Ate Dulce, ready na ba for Asia Pacific too? 21 nationalities ang ano.
Wow, congrats.
Sa
And
ating lahat yan, ma'am.
Lahat ng blessing candidate even from other countries. Ang
Trying hard pa ako
isa sa
dyan.
mga main requirements ni Ate Dulce is they must go through online DP, yung virtual DP workshop natin na 21 days.
Kuya, naiintindihan ko na ngayon bakit ganun. Dahil Asia Pacific na pala si Ate Dulce.
Opo.
Kaya pala, I cannot understand prior to me knowing bakit kaya pala dahil Asia Pacific
Sabi
si
rin ni
Ate
Ate
Dulce.
Dulce is syempre kailangan kasama kita doon, sabi niya. Ako naman, kailangan kasama ko kayo doon.
Yeah, why?
So we'll be catering Philippines and Asia Pacific too. Yun yung cater natin.
Kailan kami, sir? Basta ang namin, ako lang kasi talaga gusto ko lang talaga basta nandun lang ako sa likod mo. Bahala ka sa harapan.
Yun nga
Ate
rin
Relina, gusto mo yun eh. Yun lang yung gusto mo eh. Ang gusto ni God, ano kaya po?
ang UPTA din is we will be raising lecturers from other countries eh. So from our group, we will be inviting at least 2 representatives from 21 nations ng Asia Pacific to sa UPTA.
Wow, exciting.
So, kino-compute nga namin kasi last time yung 300 pala Herwin is kulang pala yun. Kasi bumaba na ang dollar. So, dapat 450 ang natin. $450 ang registration natin for 1 year. Kung mag-chumpiong sila, $1,000 yun eh. 40 days lang yun.
Palihog ko lang. Thank you.
Okay, so yun. We needed to prepare for things. God is pushing us with so many things na kaya we really needed to stand firm to become the mouthpiece of God. Kaya kailangan din natin yung, siyempre, kaya nga nang sinasabi ko sa inyo, while we are doing internal, we are also preparing
for external. You also have to do the external. Opo, yeah.
Kaya ito yung pinagsasabay natin. And so far, lahat naman ng need natin, meron naman tayong prepared for it. So hopefully na lahat is we can stabilize para sa ganun, we can move together. Kaya nga rin si Ma'am Marlene talagang kailangan makapag-set up tayo sa kanila sa Bicol ng external way of Sige. So, let's prepare for tomorrow. Tomorrow night.
Sige po.
Sherwin?
Ako ba mag-present bukas yun? Sino ba ang mag-present?
Ikaw, si Bea pa rin po, at saka si Ma'am Marlene, saka si Irene kung papasok si Irene.
Okay.
Yun pa rin
yung
yun, Sir
bukas,
Randy?
Papasok ka na bukas? Last ng section 3. Bukas.
Section.
Last.
Okay po.
Let's move on na tayo sa next section. Next week.
Section 4, isang page lang yun.
Pagsamahan na natin section 4, section 5. Para Sige.
Isang page lang yun. Yes.
Okay, let's close this class with a prayer. Who wants to pray? I would like to ask Sylvia to pray.
Okay po, let us pray, brothers and sisters. Let us pray. Good evening to you, our most loving heavenly parents, our victorious parents, our parents of heaven, earth, and humankind. Truly, heavenly parents, we are filled with so much gratitude because you've given us a lot of opportunities to grow and develop, to understand your heart, to become aware of presence in our daily life, as well as able to, through this understanding and awareness, we can really be able to inherit your heart, heavenly parents. The very key for us to really master ourselves, heavenly parents, and thus set a good example to brothers and sisters. It is not an easy task though, because we are all broken and fruit of the fall. But despite that, you have absolute faith in each and every one of us, heavenly parents. You believe in us, heavenly parents, that we can really become those that people, not just to become your object partner of goodness, but really a true working mouthpiece that could convey your truth towards the other people and the brothers and sisters, and even the Chandroba's families and second generation. So may all of us can always keep that uh, humble and grateful heart and acknowledge your presence in our daily lives, heavenly parents, and we can always reconnect ourselves and be grateful to our true parents, because without them we couldn't have had this opportunity to understand you. Thank you so much also for using our elders, our mentors, heavenly parents, to really bring us into this uh, very challenging undertaking. Yeah, even if we know the principle already, but there are lots that we are yet to discover. So may it be that our journey would not, that has already just started, would really become truly fruitful and successful, heavenly parents, to glorify your name and thus really contribute in the realization of your uh, ideal, that is the establishment of the holy community. Thank you so much once again forever for making us experience your heavenly fortently, for the people whom we had used to made us be reminded of things that we need to improve, and for those people whom we had used to really convey and then flow through us your unlimited heavenly fortune, and be enjoyed upon by each and every one. Thank you so much for the good health and for the protection that we experience every day, and for the gift of understanding, and yeah, for things we had in our daily life. All these things we offer to you in gratitude and humility, and report to you in my name, shall be the president of this family, the owner of Channel Book. Adjo.
Jude. Okay. Good night,
Maraming salamat
everybody.
po. Good night po.
See you tomorrow.
Wow, nice shirt, kuya.
Mag-guard pa ako.
Ayun.
Hiram nga rin ako ng damit ni Wajin bukas para suotin.
Hiram gyud. Grabe ka, kuya, ah. Nakaka-joker. Good night, Ate Lilina. Everybody, Ma'am Merlin.
Ay,
Morning.
Kuya Ray. Ay, Kuya